Hello and welcome everyone to New Moon 2025 Cycle 8, Blood Moon number 3. This is going to be the first stream of the Top Cut stage, which will decide who's going to wait in the grand finals for this Blood Moon. And as the announcement said, we will also have another stream tomorrow at the same time. And that one will be going through until the end of the Blood Moon, which will start us with a new Moon Master, because unfortunately, if you've seen the previous streams from this tournament, Josue was unable to join, so that means we will end up with a new Moon Master for this tournament. And if you are new to the stream, welcome everyone. Blood Moon is basically our big tournament, and it happens around 4 times a year. It's split into 2 main stages. One of them is the round robin stage, which we had last stream, and the second is the top cut stage or top 8, which is where we are now. And we will take a look at how the round robin stage shaked out and then the bracket going forward for this tournament. But before we do so, you might be wondering, what is everyone competing for? And I mentioned it earlier on, and more importantly, it's the Moon Master role. So this is a special role that is only given to the current Moon Master, so only one person can have it at a time, and it lasts until the next Blood Moon. So the only way for someone to have it for more than one Blood Moon is to win twice, which Josue did last time. Also, we've recently added cash prize pools for Blood Moons, and we've been able to increase that for this tournament thanks to all of the generous Ko-Fi subscriptions we've been receiving. So thank you everyone for your generosity. Before we start with our first match of the day, let's take a look at how the round robin stage ended and then into the top cut brackets. Alright, so as you can see on the screen, this is the seeding from Group A. So this Blood Moon was divided, the round robin stage was divided into 2 different groups. And this is how the first one looks. Now let's take a look at Group B, which was this. And then the seeding for the top cut stage was decided based on the round robin stage, which, let's take a look at that. Alright, so as you can see here, this is going to be the lineup for today, and we will follow this bracket until the end of the winner's side. So we will be starting with Thiago vs MercuryWings, HonorNite vs Salad, burnbird vs Minoriko, playerzero vs enemy caveman. Alright, and with all of these introductions out of the way, joining us today on commentary is going to be Symes. Hello, Symes.
Yes, hello, chat. It's good to be here for another Blood Moon stream, so I'm excited to get into it.
Definitely, and it's always good to have you as well. But with that, let's head into the setups for our first match of the day with MercuryWings vs Thiago. Alright, so actually an interesting fact is MercuryWings is a name that a lot of people might be unfamiliar with, but it was a player who started playing around the start of the N1GP and even further before that, before the N1GP was even a thing. And now he's coming back, he's getting into more action, which is always very exciting to see.
Yeah, definitely. He's one of the real OGs.
Alright, so looking at the folders of both sides, so starting with MercuryWings' folder, looks like he's going with an M code folder, which is, I feel like, a bit of an underrated code. You have access to a lot of really strong chips, obviously having more master on code, but also the grab banish, risky honeys, and the machine guns 3, which can really add up.
Yeah, definitely. You've got a lot of strong chips there. We see it as a pretty streamlined folder. You just have the Sockwaman SPA. Then, of course, the Meteor Knuckle and Neo Variable, the Life Aura. And then just the rest of it's all asterisk code. You've got the 3 Flash Bomb 1s, which is interesting. I do like Flash Bomb 1 a lot, but having 3 of them seems like a lot.
Yeah.
You've got the double point as well for the B Banish combo. Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, I do wonder what these flash bombs are going to do and how they're going to be used in this context, because they can allow for really strong combos, but it feels like a lot of the damaging chips that MercuryWings is running, they don't really apply flashing anyway, so I'm curious to see how that will be utilized.
Yeah, definitely. Moving over to Thiago's folder. His starting lineup is, well, he's got this Giga Folder +1 cust. This is actually pretty similar to some of the old Hub BDT custs, but instead he's going for Hub Knuckle, which is interesting.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like with using Meteor Knuckles and Hub, so that allows you, by having Hub Patch, it gives you access to attack stats and undershot and a lot of different things that having the extra Giga +1 will take out, but also gives you air shoes and extra bonuses that you wouldn't have otherwise. So I think it's definitely interesting, and we see a lot more people starting to use that as well.
Yeah, definitely. Looking at the rest of Thiago's folder, he's got a lot of defensive options, the Barrier 200, even a Barrier 100 recovs. Both players just having a usual amount of defense here. We see Thiago's also got the full 5 area grabs and even a spicy fanfare.
Yeah, I mean, I think overall it's going to be a fairly difficult matchup for MercuryWings because Thiago's running quite a lot of HP, quite a lot of defense as well, and these 2 recovery 300s, whereas MercuryWings isn't really running any attack stats. So all of the chips that he has have to really count and get the damage in.
Yeah, definitely. We'll have to see if MercuryWings is able to land these M-code combos.
All right, with that, let's head into the match and see how it plays out. And also, make sure you don't blink during these transitions because these are handcrafted and extra fancy for the top cut made by Salad as well, so take a look. It's always nice having Blood Moon just so you can see, and there are special ones for the special stages, so for the winners, losers, and grand finals as well. So we'll definitely at least have a look at the winners finals for today's stream. All right, so looking at MercuryWings side, so we can see that there's already starting with the Grab Banish and the Risky Honey. So what people usually do is run double point, which MercuryWings does run, but it looks like it decided to try to plan for any early area grabs or area control from Thiago and just deny that completely from the beginning. Now that was very safe play for Thiago, where he basically has the first barrier, just wanted to use Sanctuary to get use out of it, and then immediately for the full cost. It makes it very difficult to basically remove the barrier and then also hit with the cursor chip to destroy Dustbox.
Yeah, and our early beast out from Thiago here is interesting. Yeah, he does have that warp step going for beast charges. It looks like
nice movement from Thiago, being able to avoid that charge as well. So, I mean, in this position, neither player is really gaining that much advantage, except the fact that Thiago is in Dust Cross. So what Dust Cross allows the players to do is to cycle through their folder more quickly and allows you to put some chips into the back of your folder in the same order that you select them. And this is very powerful because, especially for Thiago, he's looking to things like his Bug Fix, his Hub Bash, even his other powerful chips like Element Man SP and the Erase Man SP. Looks like this time MercuryWings going for their own full cost, maybe trying to exhaust out these Beast Out turns, trying to force Thiago out of Beast Out.
Yeah, this is kind of a... I didn't realize, yeah, Mercury also has 3 Wind Racks for some reason, but that's not really too helpful here because he's already in Tengu Cross and he needs something to deal with Thiago's Sanctuary panels.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny because Wind Rack, is a really strong chip, but it feels like the more you run, the less value you get. You at least want to have one in all formats, even if you have Tengu or as Falzar. But otherwise, it feels a bit overkill because it can be difficult to land the damage aspect of it. Oh, nice.
Oh, and there is that element, man. So that we'll be able to go ahead and take care of those holy panels.
Yeah, and I mean, so far it feels like the game hasn't really had too much progress. Neither players were able to really get a foothold on their position. I mean, for Thiago, he's still looking for his main chips. He did get bug fix, which will slow down or stop custom bug, so he's not on a timer anymore. But he is still looking for hub bash. He probably wants to use his area grabs. He's basically both sides, because they both have quite a bit of HP. They're both playing for the long game and trying to maintain control over the match. So now going for wood. Hopefully, if it doesn't miss, okay. But now this can be potentially scary if Thiago has his own Element Man SP, which that would have been a perfect opportunity. So it looks like he doesn't. Oh, but now the Raceman's going to connect. And the Muhammad is doing the 100 damage but getting a D-cross.
Oh!
Ooh!
So both sides managing to get the D-cross there.
So that was actually a fairly interesting play from Thiago, which we don't really see very often. He decided to use his Muramasa at only 100 damage, so the damage from Muramasa increases depending on how much damage the player has taken. Because we haven't really progressed much into the match, Thiago had only lost 100 by then, but he still wanted to use that not only for the D-cross, but also to get the extra 100 as well. But obviously in this position, MercuryWings being able to get the double life sword for the D-cross and get in both hits is quite a lot of value. Now about even HP, both sides taking a bit of defense starting into the turn, and Thiago still has no access to his hub bash, so his charge shots are doing minimal damage. Ooh, invisible and the cut in with the meteor knuckles, nice.
Oh, those look to be about 5 hits, but oh, Thiago pops that hub badge. He now gets the full buster stats, the air shoes, and everything else.
Yes, so he's no longer locked in because of these broken panels, and this is where the game is going to look more difficult for MercuryWings, because now that Thiago has his hub badge, basically he's going to look to gain area, maybe try to go in with a Tomahawk or Tengu Cross and get in basically his damage through that way. But an interesting thing to point out is Thiago has level 2 Buster Bug instead of level 3. So that means that he has slightly lower chance of landing these Buster procs now that he's gotten Bug Fix. So it means he will have a bit less damage if he tries to use that for damage. But it's obviously still a very good option for removing defense like anti-damage and things like that. Oh, and you see that Tomahawk that is going to gain quite a bit of damage if MercuryWings is unable to answer that. Parry 200, so there might be an Erase Man follow-up as well. More area grabs from Thiago, just maintaining the control and ending the turn on the lucky 7's HP. Ooh, okay, so we can see that double point. So we know that MercuryWings took the grab banish earlier on in the game and had to basically throw away. But now with the double point, if MercuryWings decides to go into Tomahawk Cross, it will mean he loses one area and he won't be able to regain that very easily. But these risky honeys can do quite a lot of damage if they connect, especially on a counter. I think it is unfortunate because now MercuryWings doesn't really have many options to use with these double points. I think the only other thing that might be remaining is Sproutman SP, and that's only 3 hits, so we don't really do much. Ooh, the other area grab from Thiago now. Locked in, trying to get that counter hit, but unfortunately unable to. And that Muramasa is going to be blocked by the life, or if it's going to be able to be used at all, which might not be.
Yeah, I think he has to just throw that away here, but I'm not sure. Has Thiago used his recovs already?
I don't think so. So Thiago still has the potential to gain quite a bit of HP, and I don't think he's used either of his SP navis either. So Element Man SP and Erase Man SP are still on the table for him.
Ooh, then MercuryWings going Spout Cross would be a little bit scary if Thiago still has that Element Man SP.
Yeah,
but
I mean, Tomahawk Cross can be even worse because on grass panels that will do massive damage and will potentially be just a game like that. Ooh, Blast Man SP, but the Element Man SP does come out as well, and that will bring down MercuryWings to 1 HP. Unfortunately, the Flash Bomb isn't really going to be able to do much. The Pulse will be nice, but 1 HP, and the Sparkman wouldn't be enough to finish it off.
Oh, but he has Erase Man. That's it. MercuryWings wins this round.
Ooh, the perfect lining up, yeah, with that Erase Man. Thiago doing that movement at the very end, trying to destroy that Flash Bomb, ended up backfiring against him, and now this allowed MercuryWings to get the comeback. Oh wow, that was an incredible ending right there. So MercuryWing was really looking bad for him, but then at the very end, just being able to land these final few chips was basically enough to give him the game.
Yeah, that was a very clutch play by MercuryWings.
And as Shuttercoin in YouTube chat is saying, hashtag wear your undershirt, which is true. So if MercuryWings did not have access to undershirt, they would have lost because that would have done more than their HP. But undershirt allowed them to go down to 1 HP and stay at it, which gave them enough time to survive and basically land this combo. Yeah, Minoriko in YouTube chat is, or Raymore in YouTube chat, as always saying shirt overrated, which might be a bit of a controversial point, but I guess it worked for him this time.
Yeah, the undershirt definitely paid off for MercuryWings there. That did save him.
Now as we head into game 2, we see another Tengu vs. Ooh, very nice B-back input. So one of the abilities that Tengu has allows him to send wind from the back of the field to basically pull the opponent in and remove any barriers. And Thiago had used this barrier 100, or one of his, or the one he has, which basically meant that it's gone straight away. But now let's see what options Thiago has. So we are starting on another grass field, and MercuryWing took a good number of chips into the turn. So actually, another feature that people might not know about is if you press OK without taking any new chips, you can take some of your chips from the previous turn, and we see MercuryWings using that here. But do keep in mind that going into Beast Out counts as an extra chip and will basically nullify you the rest of the hand.
Ooh, and MercuryWings does land the Machine Gun 3. It's the big D-Cross.
That
so
being...
Thiago's...
Yeah?
Yeah, Thiago's now lost access to that dust chute, so he can no longer dig for his hub batch.
See, that would be the case, but I thought he already got his hub batch turn too. I know he did get bug fix, but I thought he saw hub batch as well.
Oh, so in that case, Thiago's actually fine. He has that Thiago luck, so it doesn't even really matter that much that he's lost his dust.
Yeah.
Because he's already now got all these programs. He's got these full Buster stats locked in.
Yeah, I mean, having dust would have still been nice to sort through the folder and basically allow him to find chips at more convenient time, maybe throw his recoveries into the back of the folder and things like that. But obviously, he's in the position where he wants to be, and he can already apply pressure, where that was fairly late for him last game. Ooh, and another early Sanctuary, but let's see if MercuryWings has an answer to it this time. Ooh, nice timing. So this is going to go off at the start of the turn, and will basically mean Thiago will lose that anti-damage he set up. Unless, so one option, so in this position you could count that flash bomb as a back row object, because there's basically no way for Thiago to go behind it and attack it, destroy it normally. But what he can do is, yeah, so as Relux in YouTube chat is saying, frame 1 shield go. So as base Mega Man, you have access to shield if you have it in your Navicost, or if you use Hatback, which Thiago did. But the other option is if Thiago wants to destroy it, he could also go into Beast Out, and the falls are Beast Out, which fires feathers from the sides, which means that might be enough to destroy it. Ooh, he's going for neither. So could have a barrier maybe? Yeah, looks like a barrier 200. Now both players losing their defense. But Thiago has the advantage of these polypanels, which one way of removing it could be these meteor knuckles. And actually, looking at MercuryWings' hand, they also have access to the other area grab they can use. So if they can remove the anti-damage Thiago has and land maximum number of hits, that will be quite a lot of damage.
Yeah, oh, it looks like he's going for dust here to go for charge shots to break these back holy panels, and also probably try to hit Thiago to deal with that anti-damage.
I wonder if MercuryWings was also thinking about Muramasa, because last game we saw Thiago using that fairly early, even though he hadn't lost the full 500 HP to get maximum damage. So maybe MercuryWings also trying to avoid that. And this is going to be an interesting dust shoot. I feel like I'd keep the other area grab, because if I can use that to maybe deal with the anti-damage, or even just regain the area if Thiago has his own area grab, that could be massive. But it looks like MercuryWings also has the nearby, so this can be a devastating turn if MercuryWings is able to use area grabs, maybe Erase Man to remove the trap, then Meteor Knuckles into a nearby for the D-Cross as well.
Yeah, definitely, and it looks like that's exactly what he's going for. We'll see if he's able to land that.
Ooh,
from Thiago.
So on the plus side, this means we know that Thiago is using Z-Code, which limits the number of options. And nice charge shot removing the first trap, looks like the second one being set, and now the Erase Man is going to clear it. Let's see how many hits this Meteor Knuckle is going to get.
Oh, wow.
Another layer of defense. Thiago taking quite a lot of defense this turn, being wary of. Ooh. Now the Nearby unfortunately is going to miss, and MercuryWings is stuck with these broken Geddon panels.
Yeah, has to go for a Beast Out here.
I guess with Geddon being played. So one of the advantages, as we saw in game 1, Dust Beast Out is able to destroy pounds or crack them, but now that Geddon's been in play, that's not really going to see much value. And to that end, MercuryWings is also throwing back their double point, which also wouldn't work on broken panels either. This is still a decent position for MercuryWings, because while these broken panels will force them to go into Beast Out, what that means is it can be very easy to avoid an Erase Man or an Erase Man SP from Thiago, which if that does connect, it would have been very painful.
Oh, Thiago getting some Buster procs, and using his life aura here.
Ooh, so he knows that Tengu's gone, and unfortunately, yeah, that was unfortunate.
Yeah, that was unfortunately not the best timing from MercuryWings on that wind rack.
Yeah, I was just going to say that unfortunately, it's more difficult to land Windrak in Beast Out because the Beast Jump can mean your opponent can avoid it, and then it just happens right as I was saying it. Purple in YouTube chat is asking if you can lock your own flash bomb. Is that what happened there? I guess it would make sense for you to be able to because it occupies a panel and you can't also occupy it at the same time, but I didn't notice if that's what happened.
Yeah, that would be possible to do with like warp step and stuff.
Yeah. Relix in YouTube chat is also saying Thiago hit it fast, which I feel like that's what I saw, but it can definitely happen. And I've also seen funny interactions where someone uses V-Doll and then it throws it in front of them, then use the Beast Jump to try to hit the opponent, but it lands on them and they get deleted by it, which is very unfortunate timing. Alright, but now going into the match. So now Thiago is using more defense with an Invis this time, but MercuryWings has more massa and he's able to land the Windrak. Ooh, another miss. And now the Erase Man SP from Thiago lands, which is going to be devastating. This is pretty much everything that can go wrong is going wrong for MercuryWings, and unfortunately even that Muramasa misses, which is really rough. I feel like at this stage, if you're MercuryWings, I probably would just take just the Invis or maybe an area grab into the next turn and basically avoid using Windrax until Beast Out's over. It's only one turn left and the Life Aura is not really going to do much anyway if you allow it to stay for one extra turn.
Yeah, I'm not too sure about going for the Tomahawk here for this last turn. Yeah, I'd probably just stay in normal Beast.
Yeah, I mean, there's always the threat of that Element Man SP, which I don't think we've seen already. And going to Tomahawk, as we saw last game, can be devastating to get decrossed by it.
Well, it's that he'd lose it when his Beast Out expires, and you definitely want that for those double point Bs after.
Yeah, that's a really good point. So although it looks like MercuryWings is in a rough position, and don't get me wrong, it's not the best position to be in, but ooh.
What is he cooking here?
Okay, so it looks like maybe MercuryWings is trying to go for a counter hit, trying to get the damage from the double point like that, but now with two area grabs, followed up by a Muramasa, this might actually be game if Thiago has Meteor Knuckles here. Ooh, Muramasa was instead the double point, unfortunately is not going to do much, but Risky Honey into the grab banish will at least connect. Oh wow, and now MercuryWings is down to their last 4 chips, and Thiago still has so much HP, and I feel like, as mentioned during setups, this is where the matchup becomes very, very difficult for MercuryWings, where a lot of their big chips unfortunately end up missing, and what that means is Thiago will have this huge HP advantage, which can be very difficult to come back from. Ooh,
yeah, but
just enough hits for the deletion. Unfortunate, but that will take us into a game 3. Alright, let's see. It looks like MercuryWings this time is thinking about going into Dust Cross. Maybe trying to get advantage out of that full cast that Thiago is also using each turn. But again, don't forget, there is that Erase Man SP, so if Thiago decides to take that this time into turn 1, it might be a very painful start. Ooh, bug fix turn 1 with Thiago, not even needing Dust Cross to get that. Ooh, Thiago mashing out all of his chips before turn 1. Let's see how MercuryWings decide to play it. So it looks like from their hand they can maybe go for the grab banish early, which I feel like I wouldn't really like, because while grab banish is going to deal with the first barrier, it's also very nice to use later in the game where Thiago has extra area grabs and you want to use it with your risky honey to basically confirm landing. Let's see what MercuryWings decides to go for. So yeah, it looks like it is the grab banish, which, don't get me wrong, is really nice value. I just think that risky honey, if that's able to land while boosted, can be devastating and basically can be the difference between winning a game and losing. Yeah, so dealing with both the first barrier and the trap. And now Thiago has that early sanctuary again and then uses his own full cost.
Yeah, let's see what MercuryWings goes for here. He's probably gonna try and dust shoot to get the dust or element man to help break up these sanctuary panels.
Yeah, and another option for MercuryWings here is to beast out. Will mean throwing out the previous chips, which I don't fully remember, but that would allow them to basically chip charge to break these panels as well. Ooh, and an early hub bite as well. Ooh, rush activating, so this paralysis is going to be extra long, especially with the flash bomb afterwards. Both sides still have access to their dust, so they're able to dig through their folder and find the order of chips. It's not really throwing them away, it's just putting them to the back of the folder to be seen later on. No element man yet, but let's see if MercuryWings decides to go for that beast out play, or maybe even just playing it defensively. Because don't forget, I mean, for MercuryWings, using beast out can be a very nice tool to landing that Muramasa, and Muramasa getting in 500 or even that 1000 damage can make the difference. Both sides using a bit of defense, life aura for MercuryWings, and the barrier 100 for Thiago. MercuryWings in YouTube chat is saying, unfortunately, they shuffled back, or they sent back their Elements Man into the bottom of the folder earlier on, and that is where it can backfire. So sometimes you see people throwing back their recovery 300s because they don't need it turn 1, which understandably, but then by turn 5 they still haven't found them again and their HP is really low. So these are always the decisions you have to make when deciding which chips to throw back and when. See, that's the judgment, unfortunately. But now MercuryWings has access to Meteor Knuckles, and that could be a really nice option to get in a bit of damage, but also break most of these holy panels, depending on the configuration where it lands. MercuryWings is still at basically full HP. I don't think they've taken any damage yet. And it looks like Thiago's not really in a rush either. He's just waiting to confirm his chips. Oh, and unfortunate. Now this means that the Meteor Knuckles is going to be forced to miss. It looks like MercuryWings decided to use it to break some of these holy panels. Another option could have been, I think they still have access to Tengu, so you could have thought about going into Tengu next turn, but that would be with the risk of not using any chips for basically 2 turns other than the Meteor Knuckles. So it looks like they decided against that and want to take a new hand into the next turn. I feel like sometimes with big turns like these, if you want to confirm, at least that's how I do it, is if I want to confirm these big attacks, I'd sometimes go into Tengu preemptively, just because it would mean that if your opponent has the life, or if your opponent has a way of dealing with your eraser and things like that, you'll at least be able to get in some damage, even though it's not the full damage.
Yeah, definitely.
Ooh, though interestingly enough, Thiago on YouTube chat is saying it would have been better to take Tengu to the next turn and keep the Meteor Knuckles in hand. And to be honest, I feel like it can go either way, because if you're worried about Thiago having like the Race Man into Muramasa, or worried about a big damaging chip, you wouldn't really have any defense prepared for it, so you'll basically be forced to take it. I guess that's one of the things with battle network, is sometimes the play can be more obvious, but other times there's a lot of options that the players could have gone for, and that will change the outcome. Though in this position, I see MercuryWings is deciding to go into B-Star, and it looks like they're also taking the Element Man to deal with these poly panels as well. Ooh, very nice judgment from Thiago, being able to catch MercuryWings just on movement and regains the area.
Yeah, I'm not sure why he didn't take Tengu on this turn just to deal with the life aura though.
Nice, MercuryWings deciding to go with Ice, which I feel like is an option that can go either way. So going with Wood would have meant these track panels that MercuryWings has to deal with would have been gone, but also opens up the risk of an Element Man SP, which is definitely where he was. So I think I like the play so far. And yeah, I'm not sure either. I think maybe just worried about that Muramasa getting B-crossed, because Thiago would still have Beast out, so Thiago can use the Beast jump to basically confirm his Muramasa.
Yeah, but I mean, he's only lost 80 HP, so it wouldn't be a very strong Muramasa, even if he wasn't Tengu.
Yeah, that is true. And hopefully we won't be seeing a repeat of the first game, where unfortunately because of the Beast out, all of these wind racks end up missing. So let's see if MercuryWings is able to connect it this time. I feel like it would have been very interesting if MercuryWings throws the flash bomb fast to bait Thiago to step under it, and then use that timing to read the wind rack. Ooh, nice. Okay, so was able to remove the life, or let's see if that Muramasa connects. Ooh, very nice movement, avoiding that race mana speed. That would have been devastating.
Oh, but the barrier, that's gonna be pretty rough.
Unfortunate. Very nice timing from MercuryWings, waiting until the right moment to at least be able to remove that barrier to 100. And again, I feel like this is another opportunity where, should MercuryWings have held that Muramasa for next turn to go into Tengu, I think it's a bit more difficult this time, because Thiago being in Tomahawk can very easily decross Tengu, which means you lose both Tengu and your ability to land Muramasa that turn. So at the end of the last turn, we saw Thiago doing the very end of the swing. So I think if MercuryWings is thinking about going into Tengu, it's very important to check which stage of the swing that is, because it might have not connected already, which looks like it did. So it would have been very difficult to get decrossed by that. Ooh, the fanfare this time. I was going to say, I was looking at the repeated last game, but looks like fanfare blocked the decross, and now Raceman doing quite a bit of damage on MercuryWings. Ooh, and the Muramasa follow-up. Ooh, this is a very bad position. Thiago will be able to land the charge shot before the end of the turn? No, so we still have one extra turn for MercuryWings to try to switch the game to their end.
Yeah, if he could get something with this double point risky honey, this could still be interesting. And yeah, definitely going for the Tomahawk cross here.
Yeah, and I mean, we've mentioned the double point risky honey multiple times already, but the reason why is it can do up to 1,000 damage. It can literally just end the game right here for MercuryWings, especially if Thiago's not being careful and just hits multiple times into it as well. So let's see how this plays out. Ooh, the Gaddon is going to deny the double point for MercuryWings, but the risky honey might still allow them to survive for a bit longer. Oh yeah, we see another risky honey, so that was already a bunch of damage. Let's see if this boost if that is enough.
Oh!
No! Oh.
Of course, Thiago gets the Buster proc at the perfect time, and he takes the match 2-1. But that was still pretty well played by MercuryWings.
Yeah, I mean, that Buster proc timing was very unfortunate. It just meant that MercuryWings did not have enough HP and was deleted right afterwards. But MercuryWings is still in the tournament, so Thiago is going to progress into the second stage of the top cut, but MercuryWings will be in the win harder bracket or the losers bracket, which we will be going through tomorrow as well. So you don't want to miss that. But for now, let's head into the setups for our next match of the game from our next match of the day with Salad vs HonorNite.
The setups aren't posted.
Okay. Sorry about that. Just give me 1 second. Alright, there we go. So this match is going to be Salad vs HonorNite, and handing it back to Symes.
Yeah, so as we can see here, Salad is playing Gregar, the classic Chonk Gregar. Although we've got this mix actually of a lot of Z code here. So we got the Grab Revenge, Sanctuary, and actually the Delta Ray. And then also some K code stuff. So what Salad said is she wanted to go for try Delta Ray instead of Kernel Force, because that gives you a little bit more flexibility for when you want to use your Beast out. So you can basically just go for a early Erase Beast and not worry about losing out on all the Beast out value with Q Force. But yeah, so the other kind of spicy thing is we have the full Recov 1000 with both Recov 300 and 200. So this will actually be a very chonky setup if Salad can get all of that off. So that is a lot of HP to try and take down. But looking over at HonorNite's setup, we've got this Hub Batch setup, just the Cust 5, but we have the Beat and Rush and also the Buster stats, so you still have those even without having to use Hub. And then just this mix of G code with a little bit of W code as well. And of course the N code, the Z code Splash as well with the Grab Revenge and Sanctuary. So yeah, just a pretty standard good Falzar folder, but it's pretty interesting that we've got this Hub Batch Cust. So we'll see if HonorNite's able to get the Hub Batch off early. Salad doesn't have uninstall, so HonorNite won't have to worry about that when he uses Hub.
Alright, I believe. Do you have anything else to add before we head into the match?
No, that's pretty much it.
Alright, let's see how it plays out. Alright, so as we can see here, so both players are actually running fairly low custom this time. So Salad's going with the custom 6, whereas HonorNite going with the custom 5. But as you've mentioned during the setups, HonorNite is running Hub Batch, which will not only give them access to air shoes and a bunch of other stats, but also the custom 8. But until then, this might be Salad's opportunity to try to build up the lead as much as possible. That being said, with this field, so it's interesting seeing Salad take that Sanctuary into the turn, because it might be likely for HonorNite to go into dust, but that's where some of the mind games go. So it looks like he did this time, but Salad's running the Raceman and the Raceman SP, so if she had them in hand, she would have taken them as well. Ooh. Getting access to both cubes, getting an area grab and the broken panel, which will limit Salad's movement by quite a bit. This can be very scary if HonorNite is able to land these cubes. Yeah, Salad waiting until near the end of the turn to use that Sanctuary. Unfortunately, some of these panels will get broken, though only losing one is actually not too bad. That being said, so now HonorNite still has access to these cubes. He still has access to 200 or on a Holy Panel 100 damage projectiles that can basically fly at will, and he might actually go into Beast Out. By using Beast Out, he can use his Chip Charge to break some of these panels, but funnily enough, a lot of people forget about the way Beast Buster interacts with absorbed objects and basically Hold B, which would cause both of the cubes to fly out instantly. So Salad's running one wound rack in her folder, and looks like she managed to get it straight away. So, because if HonorNite was able to maintain that holy aura and go on Sanctuary, then he would have been able to basically survive until Salad either waits it out or has that one back. But that's not the position we're in now. An early bug fix for HonorNite, which is nice. It's not very vital because it doesn't have custom bug, but it still deals with that HP bug. The wound drag landing, and now Salad still has 100 HP left on that barrier, and HonorNite's trying to get in these chargers to destroy and maybe go for the cubes afterwards, which let's see if he's able to connect them. Oh, there goes one, free 200 damage basically for Balzar. Let's see the second one, not yet. So it looks like he's holding on to it. And now Salad immediately goes to pick Beast Out and basically is going to try to use that with chip charges to do quite a bit of damage.
Yeah, and actually, taking the Delta Ray second is pretty interesting.
Oh, so that is a fairly early Delta Ray to get anyway, but full cast. Very nice play from HonorNite, having that perfect full cast on custom 5 as well, and being able to immediately waste one of Salad's turns. As you can see, so it looks like Salad had already started chip charging, and that might be the thing she tries to go for. But now HonorNite has an opportunity to maybe change crosses, go into Tengu, or even just go into Beast Out, because as Dust, your Beast Out chip charge allows you to basically leave the field for a bit, which can be used to avoid Race Beast, but the timing on that is very tricky. So Kenobi in YouTube chat is saying, bye-bye Giga Chip. But actually, so this was one thing that we saw during the last game, where because Salad was already in Beast Out, and she didn't take any extra chips, what this means is she's able to keep all of her previous chips from the last turn, and that means basically the full hand is still there from last turn, and basically she wasn't impacted as much by it. It's more that she lost a turn of Beast Out, and HonorNite was able to find out she went into the Ooh.
Yeah, I'm not sure if Salad meant to go for that TFC there. This is pretty unfortunate now.
And it looks like HonorNite is being very careful. So he's stepping in at the back to avoid a second hit from that Delta Ray. He's coming forward, but he's only camping the top as well. So this can be very difficult for Salad to land this. Ooh, let's see if she gets it. Oh
no! Oh, I hate that bird. I mean, the Delta Ray would have missed anyways, so it was actually kind of better value feeding it to beat.
that was still very unfortunate for Salad. That was another turn of Beast Out where she basically gets no value out of anything, and this is going to be her last turn. So she looks like thinking about going into Heat Cross, which on grass panels can do quite a bit of damage, but she's basically running out of value as John Gregor. I mean, all of that being said, this is still Gregor, so even if she runs out of Beast Out, even her normal crosses afterwards, and she still has the HP to sustain, so she would still be able to put HonorNite in a very different position, even with losing all of these sets. HonorNite going for the pull into a few Buster Procs. You can also see, I think, the HP bug is stacking on Salad's side. She hasn't gotten her bug fix yet, and the Groundman SP is going to connect, which would also break some of these bounds and makes it difficult for Salad to move around, and does quite a bit of damage.
This is a great situation now.
Ooh, so
The Groundman.
Yeah, I mean, as you... Go ahead.
Yeah, the Groundman's gone. The area's back to neutral. She's got this 2 area grabs. This is now suddenly looking like a perfect slash cross turn. So that could really turn this match around unless HonorNite has something to deal with it here.
Indeed, yeah, and HonorNite is not running Meteor Knuckle, so as you're saying, and now Slash Cross, because of how strong it is, and she's able to maintain that area, she can basically do over 1,000 damage in just one turn, so that would definitely bring her back into the game if she's able to maintain that. Another thing to keep in mind is that you might think that Tengu interrupts the opponent and can potentially deny their charge shots, but oh no, that was very unfortunate movement from Salad, trapping herself temporarily, but now she wasn't really able to get that much value out of that turn with Slash Cross. That turn could have been so nice for Salad, but unfortunately, because of the way it played out and the unfortunate movement near the end, she wasn't able to get the maximum value, and HonorNite was able to deny the maximum area. So she's thinking about going into a different cross now.
Yeah, we still got quite a bit of damage out of that turn, though.
Did she have to throw away Elementman SP as well? Or okay, so it looks like she's thinking about keeping it. This is definitely a very tricky position to be in.
Yeah, I do agree with going charge cross here, but let's see what HonorNite's gonna go for. He does now have Hub Badge active.
Yeah.
So staying in base man could be tempting for the shield, but actually charge cross, of course, is pseudo break, so it breaks through that shield.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, I feel like another thing he could have gone for is Tomahawk. We haven't seen that from him yet, but because Salad hasn't used, or he hasn't seen her Elementman SP, and we are on Grassman, so unless he had a lot of defense, would be very tempted to avoid it, so we might actually go into Spout, or I think maybe just stay in base Mega Man to avoid any ×2 damage. Raceman coming out from HonorNite. Let's see what the follow-up is going to be, though this could be very painful for Salad, but looks like no follow-up. Judgman regaining the area. If HonorNite has extra area grabs, he might be able to zone out Salad, but let's see how well he's able to avoid these charge shots.
Yeah, and Salad just be very patient holding on to that anti-damage. I probably would have used it towards the end of the turn there and also gone for the Erase Man SP.
Yeah, I think she might be worried about an Elementman SP from HonorNite this time, because he still has access to that, and that is basically going to be enough to bring her to 1 HP. So this is looking very difficult. These buster shots are really adding up, and now buster coming in as well. So Salad's basically forced to use the anti-damage. Let's see if she's able to land that Raceman SP.
Oh!
Very nice awareness from HonorNite. If he actually landed the Element Man SP and removed Salad's anti-damage, that would have hit him and done 100 damage to him, causing him to lose. The other Raceman follow-up. Let's see if Salad gets a single Buster Proc. Would have been enough. Let's see if that happens. Ooh, nothing yet. HonorNite is still surviving, and we are going into the next turn with both sides less than 50 HP.
Oh, this is tough. Choosing between the Recuv 200 or the Life Aura. This is very close right now. I might go for the Life Aura here, but...
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a very close call, because as HonorNite, if you're looking into the situation, you might take your Windrak or you might take your answers to Life Aura. So I can see why Salad went into this. Whereas at least with recoveries, you have a bit of extra time. Even if HonorNite takes a Windrak or goes into Tengu, then you can still potentially survive for a bit to get in the extra damage. I think HonorNite still also has a number of damaging chips. I don't think we've seen the uninstalled machine gun, I don't think we've seen the Wood Dragon, or even the Magnums if he decides to take that. So this is definitely anyone's game by now. Ooh, looks like HonorNite is going for the Tomahawk. So, and the single buster shot immediately removing the anti-damage Salad had. HonorNite using more defense, so that was an Element Man. So an anti-navi is activated and he's going for a leg. And what this means is Salad won't be able to avoid his charge shot, but if she gets buster procs, that is enough. Nice. And it takes us into a game 2. That was a very tense ending from that game 1, and I wonder if HonorNite had any answers to the Life Aura. Maybe that would have been the right play for Salad, but I guess if he's in chat, then I'm not sure if he is today, unfortunately. But now that will take us into a game 2, and these back volcano panels, I feel like these volcano panels are one of the more fun starting fields. If it was me, I'd almost always go into Tengu with a field like this, just because it means I can use my charge shot. If it misses, I still push the opponent. If it lands, then I'm getting my extra damage anyway. Ooh. So going into charge cross, which is the counter, but HonorNite had that Prix 200 in hand, which is going to allow him to get in some extra damage. And the Magnum coming into play, but that was actually an unfortunate TFC for HonorNite. He would have wanted to wait until the Sanctuary panel was set in place and then remove that panel. Now that will take us into a turn 3. So Salad is in the right cross, because one of the abilities of Charge Cross, which is what makes it a very common turn 1 start for players, is that allows you to see 1 extra custom per turn up to a maximum of 3. So if you started at custom 5 with no extra custom plus, you'd by the end of the 3rd term have 3 extra chips to pick from, as if you were in custom 8. Obviously, if you lose charge cross or you cross out of it, then that bonus will go away. But it looks like that is why Salad is deciding to stay in charge cross, just to get value out of that. Ground cross coming in, breaking some of these panels, and it looks like HonorNite decided to go into Tengu cross, so he might have a bunch of area grabs, and if he's able to land these, it will be very difficult for Salad to deal with them. Ooh, this is not looking like a great position for Salad, especially now that HonorNite has access to these Holy panels as well. Oh, wait. Looks like there is that grab revenge. Is it enough? I think it might be even on the Holy panel, but let's see. Oh, just barely. That is really unfortunate for Salad. That was enough. That would have pushed HonorNite all the way back. very nice movement. HonorNite was able to avoid all of these charge shots, and to be fair, they are fairly difficult to land even at this range.
Yeah, I must feel like he could probably go slash cross right here. Oh, going for a race against Tengu. That's interesting.
I mean, I wonder if, because Salad does have that Judgment, another area grab, so she might be counting HonorNite's area grabs, and to be honest, I'm not quite sure how many have been used already. It looks like she is staying in charge cross as well, maybe to get value out of that extra custom. Ooh, nice. That was enough to remove. But okay, so if that was an anti-navi, that would have been very unfortunate for Salad, but thankfully it wasn't. Ooh, very nice dodge. Very, very well played from Salad. Unfortunately, Eraseman is going to connect in this position, but let's see if HonorNite has any follow-up. Very nice smashing from Salad again, being able to avoid the extra 100 damage. Definitely does add up. Ooh, another good charge shot, and this position is now basically reversed. So although both sides have the same HP, Salad still have access to a bunch more recoveries, and HonorNite is being negative on area, which means, yeah, looks like Salad is going to slash cross, and she's able to get in that damage. That can be a massive swing for her.
Yeah, but it is a little bit risky with HonorNite still in Dust Cross here.
Grab Revenge, so Salad is using the anti-damage anyway to block it, but that would have actually been a misplay from HonorNite's side, because even if that Grab Revenge had connected, it wouldn't have pushed Salad back because of that broken panel, and Salad doesn't have access to air shoes, so she would have kept that area basically. Ooh, now Salad staying in slash cross, so she's probably expecting HonorNite to go into Tengu to maybe try to deal with that life aura. But if he does, then that means he's going to risk getting decrossed. But unless Salad is able to apply some power assist or anyway, ooh, okay, never mind. So he decided to go for an Element Man instead to maybe avoid getting decrossed. But now this is going to be a bit scary for Salad if that anti-damage goes, and immediately it does. Both sides are playing it patient.
Oh no!
1 frame before disaster, literally the single frame before getting hit. That was definitely unfortunate. Looks like HonorNite had a bunch of defense, but Salad getting decrossed there and losing one of her more consistent damaging crosses. And now she has to decide between either taking that life or maybe going for the Element Man SP to deal with the Sanctuary. And I don't know, what do you think about that? Which one would you go for?
I think that HonorNite probably used anti-navi, and so I would take the Element Man SP here and camp it until he tried to use Hub Batch and make him lose his Hub Batch.
Ooh, but then it also means that Salad would lose her Element Man SP, which is very scary. So I think it could have gone either way. I mean, HonorNite still has attack max anyway, so I don't think he's relying on her batch as much. But obviously, the custom 8 from it would be amazing for him. Ooh, Machine Gun is going to miss. That could have had the uninstalled, but let's see if HonorNite also has the Wood Dragon on the same time.
Okay, that was just the anti-damage.
Ooh. Oh no, unfortunately Salad losing all of that area, which means HonorNite has access to both Holy Panel columns. Ooh, very interesting. So immediately thinking about going into the Beast Out with Elect. So Elect Beast Out is very unique in that you can track the panels that you hit with your chip charge. And for Salad, this means basically removing the Holy Panels from HonorNite's side. But unfortunately, if she uses that and ends up breaking these panels, yeah, so she decided against taking the Delta Edge because it misses over broken panels. Now, Invis from HonorNite playing it defensive, and I think this one might.
Oh,
Oh no! I think that was definitely a missed input from Salad. Very unfortunate because now not only does she limit her own movement, but HonorNite still has access, or still had access to these poly panels. And yeah, that was actually really unfortunate mistake for Salad. And it might end up causing things to be very difficult for her because she's now at custom 5, which means she's down to her last 5 chips, and 2 of them are recoveries. So she's unable to deal with this poly panel, with this poly aura very quickly. It might be looking very rough.
Yeah, that is the rough thing about only taking 1 wind rack as Gregar.
Yeah, and I mean, she doesn't have air shoes, which I think is definitely a very valid decision, because having air shoes in this position would have made it much easier for her to move around. But instead, she has quite a lot more HP and is basically playing a safer Navitas. So it definitely goes out of the way. Let's see if that is going to be enough to deal with that poly panel. It's like HonorNite's chip charging and Salad waiting for that key moment. Very, very nice patience from Salad, and now gets the D-cross times 2 damage and removes that trap as well.
Oh, this is interesting. Still
that-
has that Delta Ray.
Yeah, I mean, this is very difficult for Salad. She only has the last 3 chips left, and they all are in different colors, so she has to take 1 each turn, and she's basically stuck in slow gauge, having to fight off these turns.
Yeah, I'm not sure about Beast charging the Element Man SP there. Could have maybe gone for a freeze and then a bunch of free Beast Buster shots, but this is actually still very close right now.
Yeah, I mean, I can see why Salad did that, because it would have given HonorNite an opportunity to use an anti-damage or even anti-navi, which we still haven't seen. We think it's probably gone, but we haven't seen that yet. And HonorNite immediately stepping to the back, being very careful, trying to avoid a Delta Ray, and the worst, Salad could have had the single hit at least, but unfortunately, with that very last frame, HonorNite was able to completely avoid that. Salad getting the 1 single Buster proc, and now she has that Erase Man SP. She's able to land that. This could still be her game. It's definitely very difficult. And now HonorNite might go into Spout, yeah, so he's going to go for that D-cross, which if it lands will be very painful for Salad. Ooh, it does connect. Let's see if Salad's at least able to land the Erase Man SP. That could bring the game back for her. Ooh. That movement's very difficult, and now Invis from HonorNite, but obviously an Erase Man SP would not care about that one, so she's able to land that. Neryth comes in, which brings Salad to 1 HP, and unfortunately goes for the delete as well.
Salad needed to just go for the Erase Man SP there.
Yeah, it was difficult, and I mean, if she missed that, then the comeback would have been almost impossible for her, so she probably wanted to wait and be careful, try to confirm that, because that would have made the difference. But unfortunately, that also gave HonorNite the opportunity to go for that Neryth. And I mean, just reflecting a bit on last game, I think if it wasn't for that accidental miss on the elect charge shot, or the elect chip charge, that would have been a much better position for Salad. She would have been able to get in a bit more damage, or could have broken these holy panels earlier on as well. So unfortunately, that miss right there was very devastating for her. Oh yeah, just realized starting with volcano pounds at the back again, and HonorNite did not go into Tango, which I don't know. I feel like I'm a bit disappointed. Obviously, it might not be the right play. I don't know his hand, but it's the more fun play, and just going into Tango and applying pressure like that can actually be fairly painful. Oh, the holy panel does come out. It's not in an ideal position. So yeah, Salad's taking air grab, maybe trying to preserve that for next turn as well. I am a bit surprised that she decided against going any crosses in turn 1. I wonder why she didn't go into charge, or at least the race earlier on.
Yeah, I think it's a fine play to stay as baseman in turn 1 and Gregor. You just keeping all your options. You don't want to give away to your opponent what you're doing. But I think then also still staying baseman on the second turn.
Oh, that was very unfortunate. She got both uninstalled and had to lose her hologram. But now she's able to land in that D-cross, which is going to even out the damage a bit more. Let's see. Okay, so it looks like she's activating Russian. Maybe actually that was what's on her mind. So is she going to try to get the anger and then go into another turn? No, okay.
Mashed out too fast.
And yeah, to be fair, she doesn't really have all that many damaging chips that can be used like this with anger. So she has the Element Man, Erase Man SP, and the Delta Ray. But otherwise, it's mostly going to be her charge shots and chip charges where she's going to get the damage from. Ooh, double area grab. I feel like I'd be tempted to go into Slash Cross just with a hand like this.
Yeah, it's a little bit scary because we haven't seen the Ground Man SP come out yet. Ooh, and he's actually going for Ground Cross.
Cross? Oh, wow. I feel like that's somewhat surprising because HonorNite doesn't have access to Geddon or any way to really confirm it very easily. I mean, we might be seeing the Geddon coming out. I mean, the Magnums coming out. And yeah, there it goes. But this might be too late into the turn where Salad's going to be able to use her. Ooh, oh no! The Invis did not last quite long enough, so unfortunately she had to take quite a bit of damage from that charge shot.
Yeah, this is kind of the one problem with this build, as we could see. Like, it's a very strong build, but this is just a pretty clunky hand here with the 3 different codes and only cost 6, so kind of a tough situation here for Salad.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, it's Salad's luck anyway, so if it was someone else, it probably would have had a better hand, but unfortunately it's looking like a really rough hand, and she presses okay. I don't really remember if she had any chips into the previous turn. I'm not sure if that was an accident. If this was a mistake, then this could get really bad. Okay, it looks like she had an area grab and something else. Let's see what she had. So the area grab comes down, which was probably a buffer chip from last turn, and she had the recovery. But look at that HP bug stacking up, and now Element Man Ice is going to connect. So this could mean a D-cross for free for HonorNite. Ooh, and being pushed onto that volcano panel as well. So looks like Salad's going to try to land in these charges, deals with that barrier 200, which is very nice, but HonorNite was prepared with a life aura as well. Ooh, and now this is very, very bad for Salad. She doesn't have access to her wind rack. And unfortunately, she's not in any cross that can beast out and deal with the life aura, so just to wait another full slow gaze turn just to get something to deal with the life aura.
Yeah, this is a very rough situation.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like that is one of the risky things with going with Gregor low custom, but also having wind rack. And I think Salad at some point afterwards said she would have wanted to have the wind rack at least tagged, because tagging a chip allows it to come in earlier. That being said, so don't forget, Salad, while this is looking like fairly bad position, ooh, and another unfortunate TFC for Salad. She still has a bunch of recoveries and a bunch of HP. Ooh, oh no, this is everything going badly for Salad. That was very nicely timed from HonorNite to get in that charge and the grab revenge, but unfortunately for Salad, this is looking very rough.
Yeah, this max level HP bug too.
And she's trying to camp forward to avoid more area grabs coming down from HonorNite's side. And now her only option to deal with that life aura is to basically use Delta Ray, which feels like quite a bit of a waste. But if she's able to land the other shots from Delta Ray Edge and decross thing with that will definitely bring her back into the game and could potentially be a big swing. Oh no! Oh, that was amazing insight from HonorNite, having that Magnum to completely deny the Delta Ray, and now this position for Salad. I mean, it was fairly rough beforehand, but I thought there is still a chance, and now Salad has to basically wait for that life aura to expire on its own.
That's pretty much it. Actually does have to recover to hundreds though, yeah, so...
Yeah, I mean, she had to wait for that for these broken pounds, and now so HonorNite was able to get in extra damage and push on the volcano.
The life aura is probably gonna time out on this turn anyways.
Yeah, so if people don't know, life aura expires on its own, but it just takes a very long time. So in slow gauge, it takes a full 3 slow gauge turns. 3 slow gauge turns, or normal gauge would take 8 turns or so. So it definitely lasts for quite a bit. Now this Windrak, losing the anti-damage immediately, so Grandman SP will be very scary for Salad, but if she's able to get in good damage, and yeah, there goes that Grandman. Thankfully she had the anti-damage and the barrier 200 afterwards. This is still going to break some of these panels, and Salad's HP is very, very low, so these holy panels on HonorNite's side are making it very difficult for her to get a comeback. Yeah, looks like she's going for defensive. So HonorNite used his 1 Windrak already. So this could actually be a really good turn for Salad. So the only way, I think he's used the Elemental Man SP already. So he might go for Neovari this turn, which would be basically his main win condition against this life aura from Salad. Oh no, Judgment, that's not going to be enough to delete. But Salad's HP is going to be very low afterwards, and although she has the life aura, if HonorNite has the Neovari, this might be game right here. Yeah, there it goes, and an immediate Buster proc. Unfortunately, that will seal the deal. Well played to both sides. Definitely, that was a very rough game for Salad, both with the luck and some of these unfortunate interactions with how things happen. But definitely well played to HonorNite for taking advantage of these situations as well.
Yeah, that was definitely a rough match for Salad, and we saw, they're getting really punished for only having the 1 Windrak and having it buried at the bottom of the folder.
All right, and with that being said, let's head into the setups for our next match of the day with Minoriko vs burnbird.
So burnbird is actually from the previous Blood Moon Big Bird. So this one will be a Falls Armir. Starting on Minoriko's side, so we got this pretty nice cust here with Tango and Beat actually. And then so this is actually another hub batch build, and we've got some B code chips to go along with it. The Machine Gun 3, the Proto Man, Blast Man, as well as these W code support chips, which is pretty nice to see. And this is actually both players are running fast gauge, I believe. Or actually, no, I think only Minoriko has fast gauge. Looking over to Burnbird's setup, this is actually a Beast Rush build. And then they also have the Gundel Souls with the 1 get on. So this will actually be a pretty spicy matchup. You got go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say, I mean, definitely, especially where Burnbird's running, I feel like a bit of an unusual build with the 3 Gundel Souls. So Gundel Soul is very strong, and they only have the one getting to go along with it as well. So I think it's going to be very interesting to see how much value they. If you've seen the round robin stage streams, then you've probably seen them getting massive damage from all of these chips. But we'll see if that plan is going to work out for this match as well. Yeah, do you have anything else to add before we hop into the match?
No, I think we can get right into it.
Alright, let's see how it plays out. Alright, looks like Minoriko is going to go for that immediate turn 1 forecast, and they do have access to that first barrier as well, so both players have access to it here, and both are in Falzar, so they might both go into Dustcross. I mean, they both have the forecast rank, but it's going to be interesting to see who's able to get in that cube, or if burnbird maybe decides to use. He has 3 machine gun 1 stars, so these could be very scary if they get the decross.
Oh, the immediate beat comes down.
Ooh, looks like Minoriko was just able to get it before burnbird. Looked like the timing is very close here as well. And now Minoriko is considering starting with that fast gauge, and I think fast gauge is very interesting because in this matchup, I mean, burnbird's folder isn't really hindered by it that much. They're not running slow gauge, but they also have Electrods 2 and these Windrax Swords, and these are all fairly quick chips that don't really mind being. And in fact, a lot of people run fast gauge with a folder like this.
Yeah, definitely. Although it's kind of funny, but the ice panels can mess with the beast out Elect Pulse 2 a little bit.
Oh yeah, it can cause for a mini collision, which I wonder if we'll actually see today. That would be a funny interaction.
Oh, that's very funny. Both players are racemen getting blocked by the first barriers here.
Yeah, I mean, first barrier has pretty nice value, especially with like Minoriko is playing the bug build, so they have Buster Bug, which means it's more difficult for them, or easier, depending on how lucky it can be for them to deal with that first barrier.
And so taking the Magnums here to try and deal with Burnbird's Dust Cross. Let's see if that goes through.
Yeah, I mean, Magnums, we've seen them being used last game very cleverly by HonorNite, being able to deny Delta Raid, and they have a lot of uses like that, though unfortunately I don't think they're really going to be used like that in this matchup. Burnbird doesn't have many chips that require lining up the same way as Delta Raid did last game. There is also that summon blacking code for Minoriko as well. So they have 2 Magnums in the folder. So we might be seeing one now and the second one later to go in with a summon black. It's definitely very scary to get decross in.
Yeah, I think they actually took out both Magnums this turn.
Ooh, and looks like the first one lands, and that will limit Burnbird's movement. Ooh, full cost, which is unfortunate. But as you can see here, we're seeing the impact of custom bug on Minoriko's build. So they are losing chips turn by turn. That being said, I mean, we've seen the hub patch next turn, so while Minoriko only have 4 chips to pick from, we know one of them is hub, so they'll definitely take it next turn and get them back to the full custom 8. Ooh, very nice life order that will deny a bit of damage and deny being blocked. And yeah, looks like Minoriko had a bug fix too, so it's definitely the correct play for them to not throw away these chips. Ooh, interesting Windrack. So in this position, Minoriko might go for a Windrack to deal with that barrier, with that life aura, which I think can be a good play as well. It does mean that hub patch is delayed by 1 turn if they go with that Ultraman, but if Burnbird goes into Tengu, which is fairly likely, and they're able to get that decross, that could be extra 500 damage. will all come down to what burnbird decides to do. So they can still go into beast out, especially for burnbird. Using beast out can be a valuable resource because that would be the main way to land. Ooh.
Oh!
Counter it on that Neryth.
Oh, not able to get the Proto Man out before the end of the turn, though. It looks like those whole panels did just repair themselves at the end there.
And actually, now I wonder if burnbird had Meteor Knuckles that turn as well, and maybe that's why Minoriko was standing in the middle, avoiding to get maximum number of hits from a ×2 Meteor Knuckles. That would be devastating. Now looks like they are starting with some defense, maybe expecting burnbird to get a damaging chip, and they do have quite a lot of chips that could go with that ×2 Element Man EX into an Element Man SP, or even just using the pulses or machine gun, but obviously they'd be more difficult to land without the beast up. Okay, so we do see the anger staying in. Minoriko being very patient, waiting for something to come up from burnbird's side, and we see that grab event, so we know at least it's not going to be a Meteor Knuckles stand. But we are in fast gauge, and these turns are going by very quickly, which means there is still an opportunity for burnbird to get Meteor Knuckles. Is it just me, or is it difficult to say burnbird? I feel like it's like one of these things where you have to say it 10 times quickly or something.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Ooh, and the beast out from Burn here into the E-code combo. A little, I don't know, burn beast action there.
Yeah, I mean, they burned through quite a lot of chips to get in that damage, and the best thing about it is that they don't even have to care about an invis. So Minoriko used an invis in slow gauge, which is normally a very valuable resource, but now they have access to more Elect Pulses, which we might see next turn, to basically deal with that immediately.
Yeah, and we did see the hub batch come out from Minoriko there. So they will no longer slip on these ice panels. Although I think if they get dragged by Elect Pulse 2 or pushed, you do actually still slide on them, even with the float shoes.
Yeah, I mean, I think that sounds right. It's a bit of a weird interaction, but I don't remember how it works. I think maybe Spout doesn't get pushed, but obviously you get Decross to get hit by that. So, yeah.
Yeah, I think Aqua Body still doesn't slide.
I mean, at this point, I feel like Minoriko having fast gauge is actually backfiring against them, because from looking at their hand last time, they had access to all of these area grabs, and they can go into Tomahawk Cross and a lot of chips where they want to just take their time, get in these extra cloud shots for free, basically. It is extra scary to go into Tomahawk against Element Man EX, and then Element Man SP, all potentially coming in one turn. So let's see if they get punished for that. So not much follow-up from burnbird. I wonder what their hand is looking like. And they have custom 6, which, as we saw last game, is not really great and can lead to a lot of different chips coming in at the wrong time.
Yeah, now that Minoriko used hub, burnbird needs to get their uninstall before they can go for the get on Gundal Soul play, so they're probably trying to get that uninstall machine gun first.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, free Gundal Souls, if they lose out Beast Out, this is the last turn, they either have to use them or throw them away. They don't have access to even chip charging them, and landing them without air shoes is going to be very difficult for burnbird.
Yeah, although I don't think we've seen a Tengu cross from burnbird yet.
Ooh, that is a good point, actually, yeah. And Minoriko being Tomahawk Cross can be a bit scary for that, but again, we still haven't seen any of the Element Mans from burnbird. Minoriko using quite a bit of defense, and this is fast gauge, so both players are under a bit of pressure to try to use some tips. And to be honest, I'm not quite sure who would win damage judge. I think it would be burnbird because they started with about the same HP, but burnbird is 300 HP a little bit. So the Minoriko on YouTube chat is saying they're trying to get to damage judge. Unfortunate miss, but now Minoriko is able to get in some extra charge shots.
Oh, but the problem is, yeah, Minoriko is starting to run low on their chips, actually. But they do have this life aura here. That's pretty big. And yeah, burnbird not able to really get much damage out here so far.
Yeah, I mean, we still haven't seen the Meteor Knuckles either, so that might be coming in soon. But we are on turn 12 already, and burnbird is really unable to use much. He's basically just standing in place trying to avoid these charge shots. I feel like at this point, burnbird has to use something, otherwise they'll definitely lose the damage edge. Because they need to deal with that life orb, but also get in all these chips. Ooh, that Blast Man on grass is going to connect, doing 500 damage.
No. The Mythic, the machine gun, that probably did have the uninstall on it.
That is very unfortunate. Minoriko now being in Tengu, so even if the uninstall had connected, unless burnbird is able to decross them, all of these Gandalf souls wouldn't really have mattered. This is looking very difficult. Burnbird really needs to get a big combo now, and I think this is basically the last turn for them to do it. I think we're at turn 14 now. Yeah, there it is. And Element Maniacs might go for fire to at least try to deal with the anti-damage, but unfortunately they wanted to have grass to both get in ×2 and deal with the anti-damage.
Yeah, we're probably just gonna see just the beast over here. And Minoriko has that big HP lead, so they're definitely gonna win on this damage judge here.
Actually, while we're here, do you want to explain what damage judge is in case you don't know how that works?
Yeah, so after 15 turns, as we see here, it checks who did more damage. And as we saw, Minoriko did 1,600, whereas burnbird only did about 1,100. So yeah, 500 damage difference there. And Minoriko takes the first round.
Yeah, and an important thing to point out, especially for this matchup, is that it's damage dealt instead of HP lost. And where this is very important is where burnbird is running 3 Gandalf souls, and because of how the game thinks of Gandalf soul, it doesn't count them as normal damage. And what this means is that wouldn't add up to damage judge. So in that position, if burnbird would have been able to land 1 or 2 Gandalf souls, they might have been ahead on HP, but they would be still behind on damage dealt. Now we're going into the next game again, both sides starting with that first barrier, and we might see dust again from burnbird, but this time Minoriko is going into Tengu, maybe trying to get early advantage or hoping for a decross. The immediate full cost, but very nice input from Minoriko, being able to get the feedback input to deal with that first barrier instantly.
Yeah, I don't know. I think instead of damage judge, they should bring back max mode from BN1.
Ooh, I mean, don't get me wrong, the BN1 PvP is great, but if you get to max mode, that's where it gets very, very rough.
Yeah, that's the whole point.
yeah. Yeah. I mean, especially with how much HP that game has. Like, you might have 1,000 HP and you have to very slowly just go through that. And yeah, actually, do you want to explain what max mode is? I recommend people play BN1 PvPs.
I don't even really remember exactly what max mode does, to be honest.
I think basically gives you super armor, which is very rare in BN1. You basically have almost no access to it, but you still get flashing. So both players get super armor, and your normal buster shot, even in normal buster shot, still applies flashing.
Oh!
Ooh, very nice TFC from Minoriko, getting a massive damage very early on.
Oh, and unfortunately whiffing the Neo variable.
Oh no, that's very difficult. That would have been a very nice decross for burnbird to try to even back the game, but now they're just so far behind already.
Yeah, although actually with the warp step, Minoriko might have had a chance to dodge the sonic boom. That would have been pretty hype.
Ooh, yeah. I mean, I've seen people be able to do that before, and definitely takes quite a bit of reaction timing, but it's definitely possible, and it would have been very nice to see. Now we're going into 10-3, so Minoriko going with that Magnum into an immediate full cast. I feel like in this position, it would have been interesting to, instead of landing damage with it, use it at the panel behind and basically lock burnbird in and try to get in damage with Tengu charge shots.
Oh, but this is kind of scary now with this cust bug. I'm a little surprised we're not seeing them go for dust here to try and get this bug fix.
This is very rough position for burnbird though, being 1,000 damage down, and Meteor Knuckle comes in, but the only deals with the defense, unable to get in any extra damage. So Delta Fiend in YouTube chat said they looked up and max mode gives both players attack 6 and super armor. And if you know how that works with BN1, where both players get flashing from even normal buster shots, if they have HP, then that makes it drag on for very, very long, since there is no damage. So both sides going into Beast Out, and burnbird is going with the immediate luck pulse, but wow, very nice movement.
Yeah, and we see there the power of a warp step, how it can actually be very beneficial defensively, but still no bug fix. Down to just these 3 chips here. Going for Dust Cross, though.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like it's a bit too late to go for Dust Cross, because at best we'll be able to shuffle back 2 chips, and it looks like Minoriko decided to keep even one of them in cost, so maybe they're not even going to look for that bug fix. And in YouTube chat, they're saying they're going into Dust to avoid an Elixir decross, which I feel like you could have just gone into Ground Cross instead and maybe use Dust later on in the game to shuffle through your folder a bit better, but let's see if this pays out for Minoriko. Using the chip charge to stall out a big part of the turn while they are still in invis.
Oh.
And
Wait.
Ooh, okay. I mean, I think they still had the summon black, so maybe they're trying to connect it, but I don't really see any way of them using it. So just going for the chip charge, I feel like just going with the bug fix next time would have been way better.
Yeah.
Because even at that point, because they still had another fast gauge, so they could have just used the bug fix and then chip charge the fast gauge afterwards anyway. Ooh, that warp step again, making it so bug fix is, I mean, these attacks machine gun here is going to miss. I do think bug fix is, I mean, warp step is underrated, where it can be used defensively. Obviously, it needs the right build and the right folder, but it can be very nice when used defensively, as you're seeing here. But then again, I mean, Because I'm not quite sure how burnbird is going to be able to catch up on damage. They really need to get in, and they might have it this turn. Looks like they're trying to pull in Minoriko. Get comes down. Let's see if these are the Gandalfos, because they can definitely even out in terms of damage. Ooh.
But if the perfect timing, they get their hot batch. That will let them get out of this trap.
Oh yeah, that would have been very, very rough for Minoriko, because even though they still have an element man and they can use that to oh, did they not take the hot patch, or did I miss that?
I'm not sure either. Let's see what he's cooking here.
Okay, so Minoriko and YouTube chat saying
they
did. Yeah, nice. But saying they were thinking of going Element Man into the Proto Man SP to get a D-cross. But yeah, I feel like that would have been a very, very greedy play to do. Now, unfortunately, burnbird doesn't even have any more recoveries, so if they have any more defense, they would need to play that very carefully. But they also barely run any defense in the folder. They mostly have a life aura and an anti-recovery. I don't think they really have any traps, so they do have an invis, the 3 invis, but no anti-damage is left for them. Ooh, life aura does come down, which will probably deny Minoriko quite a bit of damage this turn. The Protoman SP is going to connect and deal with it. Unfortunate order with, if that was a Windrak first, that could have been game right there. And actually, now Minoriko is down to the last few chips, so I mean, if we stay like this and go into damage judge, it will be Minoriko's game, but if burnbird's able to land in quite a bit of damage near the end, and they might still be able to, they have the Element Man SP and EX and get in really good turns, but it's going to be very, very difficult.
Yeah, I'm not sure how possible that would be in fast gauge like this.
Yeah, I mean, definitely fast gauge makes it even more difficult to do. Alright, going into turn 12, I believe, and now down to 1 HP. Oh, unfortunate. And that will bring us into the game.
Yeah, so Minoriko takes that 2-0.
Yeah, and I mean, I feel like that was a bit of a difficult matchup as well, where burnbird really didn't get access to the things they needed. Basically, everything was just missing on their side, and that made it very, very difficult for them.
Yeah, that was pretty rough for sure.
But yeah, well played to both sides. And again, don't forget, tomorrow we'll also have the win 100 bracket or the losers bracket, where we'll see if these players get an opportunity to get their revenge and climb up the bracket to get to the grand finals. But with that, let's head into our next match of the day with Anime Caveman vs playerzero.
Alright, so this will be another Falzar mirror. We see actually both players have the exact same cust, which is kind of funny.
Oh, it's not the exact same. I mean, they have the same parts, but very important differences in the color and the orientation. And clearly, there's only one right outcome from this.
So true. But yeah, so this will be BDT against Meteor Knuckle. We've got this R code here. It's kind of interesting that they don't have Bubble Star 3 in R code to go with the BDT. Instead going for this wide shot. Although wide shot is pretty nice, of course, because it goes down the entire field and can't really be dodged easily. We've got the 5 area grabs, so the heavy area BDT, of course the full cost reg, and the slow gauge. So yeah, just a pretty classic BDT build. Only the one copy of anti-damage though, which is kind of interesting. For Player Zero's folder, this is also like pretty standard for Falzar. We got the Muramasa, the Element Man SP, the Sanctuary and Grab Revenge. No splashed uninstall though, which is kind of interesting, but not a lot of people using Gregor with air shoes right now. And of course, Anime Caveman just using the solo BDT, not using the Gigafolder BDT with Hub Batch. But yeah, so we also got the 2 panel grabs, the 1 copy of Anti-Sword and Anti-Navi, so lots of different traps to be used with the Erase Man SP to try and punish Dust Cross. But yeah, so this is all pretty standard. So it will all really come down to how early Anime Caveman can get that BDT online and how well Player Zero is able to deal with that. We do see Anime Caveman does also have that machine gun one, so that can deal with ground cross trying to dodge the BDTs that way. So yeah, it will be pretty interesting.
And to be fair, I did run anti-recovery as well, so that's not really very standard.
Oh yeah, I didn't notice that. Yeah, so lots of different traps in the folder. Yeah, the anti-navi, anti-sword, and of course the anti-recuv as well. And yeah, Anime Caveman does have the recuv 300s and also roll 3 in R code, which also triggers anti-recuv.
Alright, and with that, let's head into the match and see how it plays out. So, as we can see immediately, we see that. So, Anime Caveman is playing Falzar, which means access to these cubes, but also that turn 1 bug fix, which is very interesting. And to be honest, I basically remember nothing out of any of these games, so it's basically like I'm watching it for the first time. But so Rocco in Twitter is asking, is anti-recovery worth dropping an invis for? And to answer that, I'm not really sure. I feel like not really, but the main advantage of it is that because I had all the anti-damage, anti-sword, and the anti-navi, and this might be something we see in the game, the trying to trick the opponent and not allowing them to know which trap they have can be very impactful as well.
Yeah, pretty interesting that Anime Caveman opting to stay baseman here. So let's see what they're gonna go for. Yeah, it's kind of interesting that instead of doing hub BDT, they just have the BDT with the attack max in their cust, so they can still get some passive damage in before actually using BDT. And so actually going for Spout Cross here. Gonna chip charge this wide shot, it looks like, to deal with the barrier. Ooh, getting the invis off just in time. But ouch, getting hit by the erase man. Player Zero probably expecting them to go for their own dust cross. But let's see how this goes. So yeah, they do manage to charge the wide shot to destroy that barrier 200. Can they line up the erase man? Yes, they do. But is this the anti-navi? Yes, it is. Oh, wow. So let's see what Anime Caveman goes for here. Okay. Now they're going into Dust Cross. Are they gonna take the full cust here? It really depends. How much do they want to get this BDT online? And taking the Judgment here is kind of interesting when you're up on area. I'm not really sure if I agree with that, but let's see. Yeah, they do land it. Taking the wind track as well.
Ooh, going to the instant full cost. So I guess this means that during this stand-up, PlayerZero wasn't able to use any of the chips. So
ooh, only dust shooting 3 chips, not shooting all 5, so not really going for the BDT just yet. They've put their life or add barrier to 100 here.
yeah, I mean, I feel like this is an interesting position. I wonder if I was Enemy Caveman, if I would have gone into an area grab and Tengu. Because maybe that's just personal bias and I like to go into Tengu, but being able to get in your charge shots and maintain all of your area can be very nice earlier on.
Yeah, oh, okay, so blocking the element man here.
Judgment's going to miss, but at least it's going to give back the area, and then B-back is going to deal with that barrier of 200 anyway. Oh, and now Enemy Caveman, the area is reversed completely. It's stuck there with only a life aura that couldn't even get out at the very end of turn, which is very unfortunate. So actually, part of me feels like maybe Muramasa would have been very spicy play to go for Enemy Caveman here, because I think that was a normal Element Man, yeah, and Element Man can apply a freeze, and an interesting interaction is if you decross an opponent who's frozen, they'll stay frozen, they don't actually get flashing, which can be very massive for Enemy Caveman in this position.
Yeah, although it's not a, wouldn't actually be a full damage Muramasa yet, as we could see here. It's only that 361 damage, but yeah, this... Yeah, but to having the Muramasa to go with the grab banish, yeah, they definitely could have kept the Element Man.
Well, looks like Enemy Caveman in YouTube chat saying they were fearful of anti-sword, which I guess that's fair enough, yeah. They would have blocked the Muramasa.
Oh, why would... Oh! Yeah, no, this is confirmed max hits. Why did you move to the bottom panel, bro? Not like this.
Very unfortunate. Enemy Caveman had all the area return. If only they were able to use that fast, they would have taken way less damage from this. Ooh, but this is actually potentially a very interesting play option for Enemy Caveman. If they use the BDT and then potentially go into slow gauge and chip charge some of these extra chips, that could do quite a bit of damage as well.
Yeah, I feel like it would be pretty tempting to just take the Muramasa here and just go for it.
Ooh, I mean, that would be a big swing, enough to basically win them the game, but without any way of confirming it, it feels a bit risky to just go for it. I don't know. I mean, they at least had BDT on the field. That can be used very well to limit the opponent's movement and basically force them to take that hit.
Huh, going into ground here is interesting.
Yeah, and I mean, new to chat looks like Enemy Caveman was worried about Muramasa and Neovari coming in. So this decross looks like very painful for them, and Neovari comes in anyway.
Ooh, the ×2 being wasted on the anti-damage. Although if this could be 4, yeah, they do take it 400 damage. That's pretty big.
And actually, it looks like Enemy Caveman still has the roll, and I believe they still have the recovery. So if Enemy Caveman is able to survive an extra turn, they might be able to swing the game in their favor.
I think he's actually used both of his Recuv 300.
Okay. Then I guess it looks like they're all. But again, this means another delay where they're unable to take that BDT for another turn.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking, Madameus in Twitch chat. Yeah, that. Oh yeah, if this is the anti-Recuv on the roll, that would be very funny. Let's see.
Ooh, let's see if Enemy Caveman decides to go for it.
I mean, he kind of has to.
And actually, would it be game? I don't remember how that works with. Ooh.
Oh.
Okay.
I guess it not anti-Recuv, just
What's the normal
anti-damage? I think it should do. Yeah, I'm not sure because it's 3 times 60, but then the heal is just 180. So I think the anti-Recuv would be 180.
Yeah, I think that sounds familiar. I think that sounds right. And even if it was boosted, I think it would still counter all of the boosts. We'll calculate it, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, it is a funny interaction because, of course, in EXE 4 and 5, it actually crashes the game, and it's called the bad medicine glitch. And so roll is actually banned in BN5.
So looking at this turn, looks like a very interesting decision for Enemy Caveman to make, and they still haven't used their BDT, and this game might end before they get a chance to. But if they're able to land the Element Man Ice into another Element Man to getting quite a bit of damage and potentially a chip charge, then that could win them the game. Ooh, okay. I don't really remember which trap, and that was a very unfortunate mess for Enemy Caveman. Ooh, these buzzer pots.
Yeah. Missing the I would have assumed they wanted the ice there.
Yeah.
And yeah, so having these holy panels still up, this is pretty much over now. Even if the Muramasa hits, that's only 250 damage. That's not gonna be nearly enough with only 21 HP left.
Ooh, and a buster shot at the very end, completely denying that. Now we're going into a game 2 with another bug fix turn 1 star. I mean, I'm very jealous of that. Though maybe I shouldn't be the one talking. It looks like they're deciding to stay in base Mega Man turn 1. So, and I think in this position, Enemy Caveman is worried about the Eraseman SP or even just the normal Eraseman, because if they lose their dust early or get hit by an Eraseman SP without first barrier on, it can be a very big swing against them. Looks like I just cross lined up and going for immediate area grab, which will get countered by Enemy Caveman into their bug fix. Unfortunate.
Not really the greatest movement from Anime Caveman there, but it looks like now they're going for their dust cross, just taking the immediate full cost, again, not wanting to mess around against Eraseman SP, but they do want to start digging through their folder too, because they never even got to use BDT in the first round.
Yeah, and actually, I wonder if they had used BDT in game 1, if that could have changed the game. They only needed a few hits, I guess, without the holy panels, and that could have made the difference. But now going with the immediate full cost, I feel like it's always interesting because would you go for Elements minus P first, or you just go immediately full cost? And I think in that position, I used my full cost before they did.
And so yeah, we now going for a full 5-chip dust shoot. Going for the barrier 200, along with these area grab and the wind rack. Ooh, okay. Wow. Taking that wind rack will actually really pay off for Anime Caveman here.
And I think that was their only wind rack as well, but I guess they still have access to Tengu and BDT anyway, so taking a wind rack there isn't really the biggest step.
Okay, dust shooting another 5 chips. Still no BDT, unfortunately, but...
Yeah, and at this point, that feels quite unlucky. They probably have gone through most of their folder by now and still have not found it.
Yeah, because this would have been a pretty good turn for him to have used it as well. He still has the barrier 200 up. He's not really under any pressure right now.
Yeah, though I wonder for this turn, would it be better to take the uninstall or just go for a bit more defense and go with the rifle? Oh, and that Tengu unfortunately is going to be very rough for Anime Caveman. Being unable, they weren't able to use their life or last game.
Yeah, the barrier 200 makes it seem like they might have erased Man SP. Ooh, and there's the BDT. Yeah, I think you...
Yeah.
Oh, they also had brought their slow gauge on the last turn and couldn't get it out in time, though.
And they really still have the other one.
Yeah, but they dust shooted it, so it's all the way at the back of their folder now.
Yeah, and it would mean that Anime Caveman would have to throw away the life ore as well, which would be very rough. Just lose, right? Like that. I think in a position like this, maybe it would have been best last turn to mash the life ore at the end of turn and then maybe mash. Ooh, nice. Okay, so we still had the life ore for denying the erasement speed. That would have been a very powerful B+.
Oh, and yeah, getting the slow gauge out here. So we will see. He did manage to buster off the barrier 200 as well. We'll see if he goes for the BDT here. It is kind of a bit of a tricky situation here, though.
Yeah, and it's a fairly simple hand for Anime Caveman. And taking BDT with only an element man could be nice, but also leave them very vulnerable to getting decrossed or taking a bunch of damage from a meteor knuckle. So yes, there is that recovery now which can be used to potentially apply some defense.
Okay, but taking the BDT along with this invis they got, and it looks like beasting out as well.
I think beast out in this position is fairly interesting because I'm not sure if they're worried about broken panels or they don't want to get locked in, and it looks like they decided against it in the end anyway. Ooh, just barely that nearby lands and they get locked in with that meteor knuckles.
Yeah, and 4 hits on 6-panel range is pretty good, but nothing super crazy. Oh, they do manage to line the BDTs up, but that only removes the anti-damage. Let's see, they do have this Judgman here, which could deal with this Invis. They are at a pretty big HP deficit, though. So that's getting a little bit scary, but are they just gonna, dust shooting all these R-code chips? Oh, and suddenly this is actually now looking like a very good situation for them.
Yeah, I mean, Muramasa being able to land is just very, very scary, especially for Tengu. And even just getting the 500 damage with an Erase Man and potentially getting in, using the Erase Man first to allow BDTs to connect and then landing the Muramasa can be basically a game-winning turn. Ooh, Sanctuary, which might be a fairly bad choice against Dust Beast, because now Chip Charge can immediately destroy all of these panels.
Yeah, they are going for the Beast Charge here, but gets interrupted by the Judge Man.
And unfortunately misses one of these panels, which remains a Holy Panel. But let's see that Muramasa does connect, getting counter hit as well.
Yeah, and so now this is they've got a lot of options here against Tomahawk. You could go for the Element Man SP, you could just go for the Grab Banish. They have the Recuv 300. That would be good to just mash out, because playerzero doesn't have any traps up, I think, so there's no chance they could have that anti-Recuv up right now.
I feel like if both players mash at the same time, the anti-recovery gets interrupted and actually gets hit by it. I mean, the recovery gets interrupted and actually gets hit. I'm not quite sure.
Yeah, that would be pretty interesting. Yeah, I don't know about staying. I think with 374 HP, maybe here I would just take the Recuv, but they of course also have that machine gun, so maybe they want to hold on to that as well.
I don't remember, have we seen the uninstall already, or are they maybe holding on to machine gun for that?
I'm not sure about staying in Dust here either. I feel like maybe going into Tomahawk could be a better play here in case playerzero going for like his own Erase Man into Muramasa or something. Oh, going for the Beast Charge.
And that BDT connects as well, doing basically free 200 damage, and now with the minus area, it's going to be much more difficult to try to land or avoid these BDTs.
Oh. So yeah, playerzero using his Recuvs, just tanking that 100 damage BDT on the Holy Panel. Yeah, it probably would have been better for Anime Caveman to just use that Element Man there instead of Beast Charging it and just go for the Brass Panels. Okay, and now there's a pretty good situation for them, I guess. They've got all these R-code chips and both Recuv 300Js. Oh, and it looks like, yeah, going for the safer play with the Recuvs here. But once again, I'd consider crossing out of Dust here, because I think they're still, like, I think they just fired that BDT at the end of the last turn, right? Oh, and, oh, they are going into ground, okay. Oh, you gotta just Beast Charge this Recuv 300 now. Oh, yeah, they scouted for it with those Buster procs. Oh, and, oh, okay. Great play by Anime Caveman there.
Looks like it was an anti-navi.
Yes, that wasn't actually the anti-Recuv.
I don't remember why I used both.
Yeah, maybe you were worried about their Element Man SP since you are in Tomahawk, so that would have really hurt.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah. But now this is actually very close to Anime Caveman has a BDT on the field, and that's basically the difference in HP, which is around 200. But now Anime Caveman has the option of going into Element Man SP or even the R code to get an uninstall and get extra recovery as well.
Yeah, but going into Tengu here is kind of scary. I would go into Tomahawk. Going into Tengu when... I guess we have already seen the Neo variable, but we haven't seen that Muramasa yet. Okay, gets the roll 3.
Now the HP position is basically reversed, or actually around the same HP with the elemental landing.
Oh! And that's it.
That was actually very close at the end still, because Enemy Caveman still had access to the Elemental Man SP or the Heat Dragon to get a D-Cross as well. So definitely very, very close at the very end there. But yeah, I mean, well played to both sides. It feels a bit weird to say when I'm one of the sides, but that was very close match at the very end there. But with that, let's take a quick look and see where we are in the bracket right now. So these were the matches that we've seen already from today, and we are still going on. So next is going to be the second layer of the bracket, which will look like this. So these will be our next matches with Thiago vs HonorNite, Minoriko vs playerzero, and with that, let's head into the setups for the next match. All right. So we've seen both players play already, and we've in fact seen everyone play already. So going through the setups, I think we'll mostly be looking at the matchup, which in this case I think is definitely very interesting. Where HonorNite has beat Rush a lot of HP, and Thiago has his double Giga has a lot of these high value Navi chips. And what do you think about the match?
Yeah, it is a pretty interesting matchup with both sides having hub here. HonorNite actually is the only one with uninstall though, so in a hub mirror like this, that could give him quite an advantage. Both players have a lot of defense and a lot of area. I don't believe either player has any gauges actually, so we will just be in normal gauge here. Again, if they're like dust digging for hub, HonorNite does have these magnums, but Thiago has the erase man SPs, so they'll both have to be careful of that. And yeah, I mean, HonorNite also has the buster stats. Meanwhile, Thiago has the costs, so each of them would have that before popping hub. Yeah, it's a very interesting matchup. Like, the builds are kind of similar in some ways. Obviously, the big difference is that Thiago also has that meteor knuckle, so if he's able to land that and get a bunch of hits from that, that could be a big swing in this match.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, as you mentioned, Thiago's not really running uninstall, so the get-in that he uses, unless he uses it early, is basically going to be useless. I guess he could use it to get rid of Sanctuary, but we'll have to see how that plays out.
Yeah, definitely.
Let's head into the match. So watching this from HonorNite's side, and we can see now his custom 5 and how that changes things. And he gets his bug fix literally the first chip in his custom. That is pretty funny. I guess he is avoiding a red chip, which makes sense because you don't want to start with 4 chips to pick from, but having a bug fix turn 1 as your first chip is a pretty nice hand. Let's see what Thiago goes for. So I feel like it's likely for him to start with a full cast and go immediately into the next turn, and that might be why HonorNite went into his own dust, because so HonorNite has a lot more decrossing pressure on Thiago, where HonorNite is running the 2 magnums and there is a machine gun and the normal erase man as well, whereas Thiago's only running erase man and erase man SP, which I say only, but as we've seen already, Race Man SP can still be very scary for land. Beat
Oh, and
activating
so-
immediately.
Yeah, beat does come down. We don't know what that was that it took. Oh, and
Ooh.
wow, both players with bug fix already as well.
Yeah, and I mean, it's definitely more valuable for Thiago because if it takes longer for Thiago, he'd be stuck with warp step and the custom bug. Though, as we've seen, warp step can actually be nice, and HonorNite was aiming to go for the immediate decross with his machine gun, but Thiago was able to escape that. Throwing Wood Dragon to the very end is interesting because now what this means is if HonorNite gets an uninstall, he will be basically stuck with just the Wood Dragon to use it with, and the Wood Dragon is at the back of the folder, so he wouldn't be able to use uninstall until fairly late in the game. And now he'll basically have to depend on getting Hub Badge first to maybe allow him to see through more chips and then maybe getting the uninstall.
Oh, the barrier 200 from Thiago into the area grab. Oh,
Ooh, that is such an amazing start for Thiago. Getting that decross and an erase man SP. Very, very painful for HonorNite.
yeah, that erase man SP was a home run for Thiago, a real slam dunk.
And now actually, even with just breaking these panels, this is making it very difficult for HonorNite to maneuver around. And he is stuck in custom 5, so this looks like a fairly nice hand. It's going to be very difficult for him unless he finds his Hub Badge very soon.
Oh, but HonorNite looking to maybe score a touchdown of his own here by going for the Magnum decross on Thiago.
Thiago going with a beast out, so this Magnum might break some of these panels, but Thiago won't be locked by it and misses to a barrier 100. Let's see if HonorNite's able to get in value. So he might go for wood just to regain his area, but looks like he's just going for the confirmed fire.
Yeah, going for wood would have been interesting there, but that's a little scary since Thiago also has element man SP.
Yeah, I mean, that is a good point. That actually reminds me, I'm curious what people think. When you have cracked panels like these, do you walk around as soon as possible to break them so they repair quicker, or do you just hold on to them and basically only move when you have to?
I think you break some of them so they'll repair themselves, but you don't break like all of them. So you're trapped, you like keep some of them.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
Oh, and we do see the hub come out from Thiago here, so that's big. HonorNite still, after losing his dust, just stuck in basement here. And yeah, pretty unfortunate hand. Yeah, we do see that uninstall with nothing to use it with.
HonorNite is still having to dig to find his Hub Badge, and now he's getting a lot of extra codes in hand that he really doesn't want to see, though at least it does have both of his Z codes in hand with Grab Revenge and Sanctuary, so he might just use both of them this time.
Yeah, it is kind of rough. The Grab Revenge might be wasted, but definitely you have to just get through your hand at this point, and we'll see actually if maybe Thiago goes for some area HonorNite could still get value out of that.
Ooh, and unfortunately starting with Sanctuary could mean that Thiago will just chip charge something and destroy the panels, though HonorNite is playing it very, very patiently and holding on to all of his chips from this hand.
Oh, and there is that hub badge, so that's really nice for HonorNite, but yeah, you don't want to give up your Sanctuary, so still probably holding on to these chips for one more turn, knowing that he finally got hub on the next turn.
Yeah, and I think this is something that HonorNite is really good at. To be honest, he might be the best player in the N1 GP with playing very patient and basically knowing his win conditions and trying to get maximum value out of them. Really knows how to hold the trigger when he needs to.
Oh, Thiago mistiming that second shield there. It isn't usually too hard to block Tomahawk cross, thankfully. It does have that telegraphed animation.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure if it's always confirmed, but I feel like it's happened to me enough where people basically block 100% of my Tomahawk swings, and it's pretty rough to be in that position. I think I had a match, just like a fun match with HonorNite, where the custom went through and neither of us clicked to go into the cast. We stayed for like a solid minute or two with me just trying to land that charger, and I couldn't get a single one.
Ooh, the life aura from Thiago there. So that's gonna also deny this erase man. But the question is, does Thiago have any other follow-ups to this?
Okay, it looks like he's just using his charge shot to maybe try to push HonorNite away, and maybe next turn he's going to use his grab revenge or just try to regain that area with a judgment or something. We still don't know which Navi was taken into beat, and to be honest, all of them would have been valuable for Thiago to keep. So losing even one of his Navis is still very, very unfortunate for him.
Yeah, I would assume when you know your opponent has Sanctuary, you don't usually want to throw Element Man to beat, but...
Yeah, but then again, I mean, you also don't really want to throw away Judge Man because your opponent has 4 area guards, and Erase Man is always nice to keep as well, so it's definitely a difficult choice to have to make. Ooh, this is not looking great for HonorNite. Thiago is able to gain all of the area, but HonorNite has his own Judge Man and potentially a near various follow-up. Let's see if he's able to get that off of Holy Panels. Ooh, just in time. Very, very nice reaction from Thiago, being able to use that invis just before getting decrossed.
Oh, and he was wanting to get the back row fanfare that turn, but wasn't able to.
Yeah, I mean, even now, that fanfare on a Holy Panel is still fairly nice. It doesn't have all that much HP, but that being doubled can make it somewhat annoying to try to deal with.
Yeah, I mean, if Thiago steps to the front, that Wood Dragon would destroy it, and HonorNite could also just break it with one Tengu charge shot. It is worth mentioning, I also just noticed, but we are already on turn 9 here, and both players have a lot of HP left.
Ooh, more massa.
That was a kind of hilarious Muramasa. Only 200 HP lost from Thiago, and it was on Holy Panels.
Yeah, I guess because of the Holy Panels that ended up doing just the 200, even though it did get a decross. And now this is fairly rough for HonorNite. He wants to get the maximum value out of that Wood Dragon by destroying the fanfare and dealing with the trap, but it looks like he had to go into into Spark Cross, just so he can get that decross. The uninstall. Oh, okay, I completely forgot he had issues for a second there.
Yeah, and the other thing is, I think we still haven't actually seen the Meteor Knuckle come out for Thiago yet.
Ooh, Element Man SP in the decross range, though decides to go for Wood to avoid giving him flashing.
I think maybe that was just a misinput by Thiago there.
Groundman SP for HonorNite is going to connect, but this is going to be a very steep one for HonorNite to climb through. It's going to require a lot of HP. He needs to land that Element Man SP on grass and basically needs to get in really good damage, otherwise it might be difficult for him to come back from it.
Yeah, it's rough. He has this life aura in hand, but as long as Thiago stays in Tengu Cross, he can't really use the life aura yet.
Yeah, the ideal outcome for HonorNite is to get an anti-damage decross on Thiago, but I think if Thiago just plays it patiently and is being careful, because He should be winning the damage judge if it turns into that. Ooh, and the meteor knuckles, but thankfully HonorNite had the invis to deal with it. And yeah,
but he had
Thiago,
to give up the element man SP.
so unfortunately Thiago was in invis anyway. I'm not sure. I think HonorNite might have not been able to see the frame correctly. Thinking about taking that life, or I'm not quite sure what Thiago has in terms of normal damaging chips. Oh no, and avoiding that D-cross. Yeah, this is going to be very, very rough for HonorNite. We are turn 14 already, so it looks like we might be going into damage judge this game, which I'm fairly sure Thiago would be winning.
Yeah, but actually, it is a little bit interesting because yeah, HonorNite still just has normal beast out left.
You know, I don't really mind it when something like this happens because it also allows me to practice dodging beast over. And that's fairly nice to do. You know, you don't really get many opportunities to practice against beast over movement. And yeah, HonorNite loses by 500 HP, which, okay, I was going to say is about the damage from Muramasa, but in this game, Muramasa only did 200, so it was a bit extra on top of that as well. Let's see, so both players going into Dust Cross turn 1. Thiago will immediately dealing with beat again, which is good because now you know he's not going to forget that and lose one of his Giga chips, which obviously he doesn't want to lose.
Yeah, losing Hub to beat would be pretty bad in this matchup.
Imagine if Bug Fix was a Mega Chip and you could also lose that to beat. That would be very funny.
Yeah, I mean, it is in 4 and 5.
Was it in 5 as well? I think I remember it being in 4, but then again, these games had a bunch of random chips as Megas as well, didn't they?
Yeah, 3, 4, and 5 have other strong chips as Mega Chips. It is kind of strange that 6 changed it to just Navis. It's most of the chips that are like above 50 MB, like Muramasa as well.
Oh, was it Nearby a Mega Chip as well?
Yeah. Yeah, life aura, full cost, even double point.
Ooh, Thiago with that warp step being able to navigate through the area and might actually lock HonorNite's area grab, which is going to be unfortunate. HonorNite's unable to get maximum value out of it.
Ooh, so HonorNite does get that bug fix at least, but still no hub batch. And oh, he is going for Tengu here to deal with Thiago's life aura and probably try and magnum him.
Have we seen Thiago use his forecast though? That's my only worry, because if he hasn't, then he's probably going to match that immediately as soon as he sees Tengu, and that will basically mean HonorNite wastes a turn outside of Dust, which can be unfortunate.
I think he used it on the first turn already.
Okay, yeah, this is turn 3, that's right.
Ooh, but once again,
yeah.
Yeah, both rounds. Ooh, and HonorNite going to break that back row, back column.
I think that might have been a missed input, and unfortunately, again, very unfortunate. I think they were playing on fairly high delay in this match, so that might have explained, because HonorNite could have, even with warp step, because Thiago doesn't have air shoes, HonorNite could have just locked him in that area and allowed him to basically fall out.
Was it the thing about this match that HonorNite was only playing with 2 delay?
Oh yeah, might have been. I'm not actually. Oh yeah, that's true actually, yeah.
Yeah, but we shouldn't go into all that right now. So HonorNite now with these ice panels going for Sakwa Cross. Gonna try and freeze Thiago here. it is pretty unfortunate that still haven't gotten to hub batch just yet.
Ooh, but did get bug fixed though, so this is going to be fair. And never mind, there it goes.
Yeah, Thiago's got his hub, but HonorNite hasn't gotten his yet. Ooh, and does take that dust cross shot. Oh, there it is. Okay.
Yeah, but now HonorNite has quite a lot of chips in hand, which I think he might just want to use. And he's probably waiting for Thiago to at least use another area grab before using his grab revenge, but I feel like he might be basically forced to use it this time.
Yeah, it's a pretty rough area setup here with Thiago managing to break that middle panel, or crack that middle panel.
Ooh, now Thiago's going into Beast Out. I don't remember if HonorNite... Oh no, another unfortunate TFC where HonorNite probably wanted to wait for that invis to go through. Ooh, very nice movement though, avoiding these dust cubes. And again, wow, nice. Going for Elect, which is also fairly nice. I'm wondering if he wanted to go for Ice, but either player is fine to be honest, because now he knows he has the hub batch coming up next time. And then obviously you want to take the anti-navi second. You don't want to start with that and basically be forced to lose your Giga chip, which we've seen happen in the past and is definitely very unfortunate when it does. Now HonorNite is going to Beast Out as well. I wonder if he's thinking about chip charging some of his defense, because he took an anti-navi and an anti-damage into the stand when he already has an anti-damage up, or he might be thinking about that.
Yeah, but I'm not sure. Yeah, especially in this range, like chip charging them with Spout Beast, that doesn't have the greatest range, but yeah, getting the TFC there.
Ooh. But unfortunately getting hit by the Erase Man SP instead, that's actually very rough for HonorNite. He's not really able to get in all that much damage these last few times.
Yeah, but this could potentially be a pretty strong turn for... these next few turns could be a lot better for HonorNite. Just going for a defensive turn this time, taking the Life Aura.
Yeah, and I mean, if next turn Thiago decides to go into Tengu, then he would only get one turn Beast Out left, so they might just avoid going to Tengu for an extra turn and just remove the Life Aura in the third turn. So HonorNite has an opportunity a few turns to potentially try to get in a bit of damage and get himself back into the game. And very nice Life Aura in this position. And actually, Thiago might have a Muramasa coming up afterwards. Yeah, there it was. Ooh, Fanfare coming down again. Ooh, very nice actually from Thiago. He recognized that his Fanfare was going to be destroyed very quickly, so he decided to take it in and fire off as a projectile to at least deal with an anti-damage. Now Thiago's Beast Out is over, but obviously still has air shoes from Hub Badge. But let's see. I mean, one option for HonorNite is he can try to go for the Windrak uninstall. Obviously that's very risky, but it does have potentially quite a bit of setup, and instead he's going for that near variate. Let's see if he's able to connect maximum damage with that. Ooh, Tomahawk from Thiago, so that's going to deny some of the paralysis. But I don't actually remember if HonorNite took an Alliance Man with him this time.
Yeah, and HonorNite doesn't want to use that invis. Oh, there's the Meteor Knuckle.
Exactly. And
oh, that was a lot of hits.
It's very, very unlucky for HonorNite. On 4 panels, taking all of these hits.
Yeah, I mean, 4 panels is a pretty small range, but that was like 6 or 7 hits. So yeah, that was a lot of damage.
Ooh, and yeah, Minoriko in YouTube chat saying 7 hits on 4 panels. That is actually very, very lucky for Thiago and unlucky for HonorNite.
Yeah, so that is the big difference in this matchup. Thiago giving up some of that utility for that Giga Folder +1, and he gets all the value from the Meteor Knuckle there.
Yeah, and unfortunately for HonorNite, he's still unable to decross Thiago. Let's see if he's able to land this Element Man SP though. Thiago will probably be holding on to defense. Ooh, no defense! So that's going to be a very, very nice decross. Ooh, Gadding coming down, but fairly sure both sides have air shoes anyway, so it's not going to really do that much. Ooh, and that one panel was basically keeping Thiago's panels for him, and HonorNite unfortunately had to waste 2 area grabs on that, and now he's running low in chips. Don't quite remember if Thiago used his recoveries, but if he has already, then HonorNite still has a decent chance in this match because he's able to get in that Wood Dragon ×2, or even just the Ground Man SP and that Sanctuary. He can still survive for quite a bit to go. I feel like here maybe starting with the Wood Dragon because, yeah, just because of that Geddon still being alive, and you'll have to wait for quite a bit before your plans return to you. Ooh.
Oh!
Very,
Thiago
very
with the
painful.
movement.
Oh, wow.
And, oh, that's actually not the best TFC from Thiago there.
Yeah, because it means that he lost a number of panels, but he does have access to air shoes and was able to avoid the decross. I mean, the uninstall, so it's still not too bad, but the HP is actually very close. If HonorNite can get in a bunch of busted procs or survive some damage, he might still have the game. Never mind.
Oh,
very, very unfortunate.
That would be it.
Yeah, I mean, now all Thiago needs is just a single busted shot, and that will be the game. Unfortunately for HonorNite, he's down to the losers bracket with this match. But yeah, well played from both sides. Definitely a very rough matchup for HonorNite, but Thiago also played it very well, was able to get in very key chips at the right time and basically win with that advantage. All right.
Yeah, that was definitely a good match, but Thiago was able to take it.
And yeah, I mean, what this means that Thiago is waiting in the winners finals, which is going to decide who he's going to play against with our next match of the day with playerzero vs Minoriko. All right. So again, I mean, we've basically seen everyone play already, but I feel like this is going to be an interesting matchup, and I'm wondering what you think about it, Symes.
Yeah, so this will be another Fall-Star matchup. Yeah, so it's pretty interesting. Yeah, we just saw playerzero against Anime Caveman. He's got all the different trap chips in his folder, along with all that area. And we saw Minoriko take down Burnbird. They've got this interesting folder. They've got a Tango, Beat, and then this mix of like B code and W code, along with Hub Batch. So yeah, this could be pretty scary for Minoriko if they're not able to get their Hub Batch early. Having these Magnums and Machine Gun 3s actually should be pretty nice to help destroy all these traps chips that playerzero has. But yeah, it will be a pretty interesting match. Minoriko will have to be very careful about dealing with some of the damage from the like Element Man and Muramasa and stuff.
Alright, with that, let's head into the setup, the match, and see how it plays out. So this time it's going to be from player zero, my point of view. So we'll get to see all of the cheetah turn 1 bug fix and life horror, and looks like this time barrier 200 and then erase man SP, which is actually a very nice start to have. Quarterman SP immediately coming out from Minoriko and then getting blocked by an invis. Looks like this position I was thinking about going to Tengu, maybe dealing with that first barrier and then getting potentially a D-cross with an erase mana speed.
Ooh, so
the double erase man. Oh,
whoa!
wow.
The barrier 200 value there, definitely worth blocking the Erase Man SP, protecting your Dust Cross. That was a great trade for Minoriko there. Oh, 2 Buster Rocks in a row. Oh, but they managed to land the cube shot, but even more Buster Procs.
Okay, I don't really remember that, but these were 5 Buster Procs in very close proximity. I was definitely very lucky to get. I think that was the same damage as the cubes that Minoriko got that time. Yeah, I was saying it in YouTube chat. Brought out damaged cubes with Buster Procs.
Okay, so Minoriko going for a Aqua Cross here. Ooh, and they do have Hub Batch. Of course, player zero just gonna go for Life Aura. And an immediate, even more Buster Procs. I don't know what is going on here.
Ooh, Raceman, Muramasa, Panel Grab. This could actually be a fairly nice turn to go with.
Yeah, we'll have to see if Minoriko goes for Tengu here to deal with this Life Aura.
I wonder why it said take Muramasa. But let's see if it connects. Ooh, I think that was actually a misplay from Minoriko's side because I don't have access to float shoes. So, oh, never mind.
Oh, he had buffered movement. Yeah, so that really hurt. Because that was also a misplay because that increased the damage of the Muramasa to almost full damage.
Oh yeah, that's a good point. I wasn't actually thinking about that. I was thinking more about the ice panels would have forced me to slide, so I would have had to move up, back, and then forward again. And that would have almost definitely allowed Minoriko to mash out of the paralysis. Ooh. Tango
we do see
activates.
Tango proc, but that's not going to get any value out of that barrier. Ooh, they do at least get the machine gun to deal with the anti-Navi, but now we have the anti-sword up.
I believe Minoriko still has access to the summon black as well, so that could be. And is it? Do they have a new guard? No, so it's just the summon black is the main sword and the Potoman, which we saw I think earlier in the match. or Magnum coming down to deal with that trap, but then anti-damage into an Element Man freeze is going to take place.
Ooh, and no defense from Minoriko.
Into another freeze, followed up by the anti-damage.
Yeah, so that was a very quick first round with the Muramasa and Tengu Cross, and also all those Buster Procs. Ooh, both players going Dust here. Minoriko goes for the immediate Dust Suck. Ooh, misses both shots though. That's pretty rough. Okay, both players here. Life Aura, Barrier 200, going to protect Dust. Oh, the 2 area grabs. Okay, so that Barrier 200 has now taken one Charlie to the face. So that Barrier 200 only has 100 HP left. Huh, going for the Dust shooting the Wind Rack when your opponent has a Life Aura up. But now drawing the Bug Fix.
Yeah.
Are we gonna see a switch to Tengu here?
Not quite sure why I didn't go into Tengu and throw away my Wind Rack, but I guess that's the plan I decided to go with and take an Element Man SP.
Yeah, just using the... Okay, not even using the Element Man to break the Life Aura. And yeah, they do have players here. Does have Minoriko pretty much completely trapped here. So are we going to see Minoriko? Ooh, just going for a full cost.
Okay, interesting. Feels like Minoriko really getting punished by me not going into Tengu. Because if I had gone into Tengu, then yeah, that might have been the reason why. And now the Element Man SP is going to connect. MercuryWing in YouTube chat saying maybe waiting for beat to be used. That's why I have been to and the Element Man. To be honest, I genuinely don't remember any of this game. So I don't know. So I feel like in this position, what I would do is start with an anti-navi to bait that being an anti-damage, expecting grab event, and then use Life Aura to block the grab event. But then again, that's not really what I did. Or grab banish, I mean, not grab event.
Ooh, Minoriko going for Tomahawk here.
Ooh, Wind Rack coming down. And beat!
Oh, it beat. I love that bird. Ooh. Oh, that's big.
It's 500 damage just getting a D-cross as well, which would mean no more access to Tengu. Ooh!
Oh, but the random just cross slash. Minoriko stepping right into that. Just this head full of all these different traps is kind of funny.
Yeah, and can't even use Bodyguard with them because they're all their own traps. Oh, actually, wait, I could have. Yeah.
Yeah, but that wouldn't have really worked. Well, maybe. Trapped on just 2 panels like that, you could have got a bunch of hits with it.
Yeah, and maybe even going with an Element Man to decross and then Erase Man to cause them to take extra hits as well. That would have been really funny. I guess I'm going to the boring play and baiting. Oh, this is the defense baiting play that I was thinking about earlier.
So let's see, can Minoriko deal with this Life Aura here? Ooh, they do have an Invis at least. Oh, and there's Hub.
I'm not quite sure why that Element Man was used, because I think Minoriko is Invis. Oh, okay, never mind. This is in fast game, so it's not really going to get any value anyway.
Yeah, although since they have hub batch, they won't slip on those ice panels. But it was a nice try going for the ice setup there.
I think it would have been better to actually avoid using it, just to bait the opponent, or to bait Minoriko in this case, to thinking it's there. Ooh, very nice anti-navi. Though I guess that denies the area return.
Yeah, that denies the area return, but you do lose out on the erase man SP.
Ooh,
Oh, that's big.
Blast man SP coming in doing massive damage. And actually both T-crosses landed, Protoman and Blastman SP, which shows why they're very, very strong chips. The recovery is going down. Let's see if they go ahead, and looks like they do. And Minoriko going in with the luck. Unfortunately, it meant that Homer is going to miss. Minoriko being in Tomahawk Cross means that the race man Muramasa play will be very, very difficult to do. But I'm not quite sure what else I'd have by this point. And there's a Minoriko, which obviously is going to be very nice value in slow gauge, and that machine gun connects the moving trap, and then the other one. They actually both add up to do quite a bit of damage.
Oh, Minoriko going for ground here. Interesting.
Who might have thought about going with chip charges, and actually ground chip charge can do quite a lot of damage. And this is a potentially scary position for Minoriko to be in. If this Muramasa connects, might be enough for game. Ooh, very nice parry 200. No Buster Procs for Minoriko, though, being unable to deal with the anti-damage. And I feel like this is heading towards damage judge, which if we go to, I'm not quite sure who would win on the damage judge. My gut feeling is it would be Minoriko, but again, I'm not quite sure. Very nice movement, avoiding that wind drag. Now we're heading towards the 10-15.
Ooh, and Minoriko going for the beast over because they know that they have the damage lead here.
Yeah, I think in this position I wouldn't go into, quite a lot of damage actually, almost 900 damage difference, which I think would it be explained by the Protoman and Blastman SP landing and getting a decross with both.
Yeah, and so this is always funny, the Guardian field, but we'll see if Minoriko, goes for Dust here. Meanwhile, playerzero actually going for Tengu Cross, but yeah, so Judgment immediately gets taken by Beat. Oh, but using the Element Man here to destroy the first barrier instead of pulling it off with Tengu, but the two area grabs, and the Erase Bad SP, that's huge.
Yeah, I think the idea behind Element Man there was to deny Minoriko from stepping up, which would allow me to basically mash out all of my chips, which looks like in this case it worked out. Ooh, and that wind drag from Minoriko getting interrupted is definitely very unfortunate. I would have pushed back and probably gotten a counter hit as well. Now, it's a fairly difficult position for Minoriko to be in because they have custom 6, which is fairly low, and custom bug as well. Ooh, the grab revenge is going to be pretty nice, and it is in B code, so they might have quite the follow-up with either Blast Man SP or Proto Man SP. Ooh, machine gun coming down, getting quite a lot of hits again, and that actually almost brings to equal HP. Now beast out from Minoriko, so one of nice lining up the Eraseman and into a Protoman SP, but the life orb gets overwritten by an anti-damage just to avoid getting decrossed. And that's very unfortunate timing for Minoriko getting decrossed by the anti-damage. Now bug fix coming in at the perfect timing before the custom starts to stack, and looks like deciding to take both recoveries in here as well, just to... I don't think they quite get the maximum value. Yeah, they still need to lose a bit more HP to get the maximum 600. Well, now Minoriko looks like they still don't have access to their own bug fix, which is definitely very rough because they have the lower custom, and I think they probably are by custom 5 right now and just going down each time.
Yeah, it is also pretty rough with this warp step right now. They're not able to center themselves.
Though, fun fact with warp step and that tingle gust from the back, you can actually avoid that by using your warp step to dodge it. It's very difficult and probably needs quite a bit of area to have a reasonable reaction time, but it happens occasionally and it's definitely very fun to see it when it happens. Ooh, going to Tomahawk. And on grass, getting hit by the Elements Man SP. Very, very painful turn for Minoriko. Tango will activate, which will get back a bit of HP, and unfortunately the barrier is just going to go like that. Still no bug fix for Minoriko, but at least they managed to get that hub patch, which would bring them back to custom 8, but they are, as you mentioned, stuck with warp step anyway.
Yeah, they need to get that bug fix off.
Fast gauge coming down, which might make things slightly easier for Minoriko to try to survive until the end, but they don't have any recoveries. If this Eraseman connects, it's going to be very painful, but it does miss.
Yeah, the warp step actually did help them there a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, warp step has very nice value being able to dodge things, but I think in this position it's probably making it worse for Minoriko to play around things. Ooh, the Plasma SP coming through, which would get blocked by an anti-damage. Meteor Knuckles, which will be soaked up by an anti-damage. MercuryWings in YouTube chat is asking if anti-navi procs on Tango activation, which I'm pretty sure wouldn't. Tango can, and it wouldn't activate on chip recovery, which is something that you'd see more in patch cards, or even with Spout Cross when you use an Aqua chip, you get a bit of chip recovery, and anti-recovery doesn't work with that. Very nicely timed life for Minoriko. I mean, they had the area grab anyway, but they were stuck taking these tomahawk boomers. That would have been very painful. And now I think I'm actually basically out of chips. I only have these 3 chips remaining after this turn, and almost all of them are on different birds. It's quite a bit of an HP lead, but Minoriko is able to land in their big shots. So they can get in a Protoman SP, or even that Summon Black can still help closing the gap.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty rough with these Sanctuary panels.
Neovari connects at the end there. It's not quite enough for deletion, but the HP difference is getting bigger, and I think this stage Minoriko wouldn't be really winning the damage judge if things keep going like this.
Yeah, it seems like they're out of chips. Ooh, and they eat the Muramasa too, and that's it.
That was the game. So that was the final game before the winners finals. So let's head into the bracket and see where we are now. So as you can see on the screen, these were the matches we've just seen played. And now that will take us into the winners finals, which will be our last match for today. So before we go into the setups, the winners finals, losers finals, and the grand finals, including a bracket preset, are always going to be one played in a best of 5 match. So that means it's not only a best of 3, but players have to play a few extra matches depending on who gets the points to get to that best of 5 point advantage. And also they will be double void, so that's something very unique, and we often leave for these special matches. And if you're new to the stream, then you might enjoy that. But with that, let's go into the settings. Alright, so this match is going to be playerzero vs Thiago, and we've just seen both players play recently, and I feel like it's going to be a very interesting matchup where both sides have fairly similar ideas behind their folders. I mean, we both played the Recover 300s, a lot of area grabs, and then a bunch of powerful navies and utilities around them to allow them to land. But what do you think about this match?
Yeah, definitely. This will be a pretty interesting matchup. Yeah, I think we could get into this match.
All right. Well, with that being said, final operation.
Wait. Do we do the setups?
Yeah, we're on the setups now.
Oh, they're not in here.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. Just give me 1 second. Yeah, go for it. Now they should be there. Yeah, so I mean, we can. I thought you were done with the setups, but yeah, to be fair, you didn't have access to them. So going through the setups a bit. So Thiago's running that double Giga setup where he still has that Meteor Knuckles and also can get a lot of value out of Hot Batch as well. So, though, I mean, he's running Getting in that matchup, and that can be used with his air shoes that he gets from Hot Batch. It's still going to going to come into play where he can get access to his attack stats and yeah. What do you think about it?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a pretty interesting match. But, yeah, I could definitely see it going either way. Both players have a lot of HP, they have recovs. So it really depends on how Thiago is able to play around all these traps and if he's able to get his hub batch off in time.
Alright. That being said, ready to head into the match?
Yep.
Alright. Final operation, set. Execute. Alright, and that was also the amazing transition made by Salad, which always makes special ones for each of these special tournaments and special stages in the tournament. So winners finals, losers finals, and the grand final. And here we are. So this is the double vote that I was talking about. You can see both sides of the screen at once, so you're able to see what both players pick in their Navicast and what things they have access to. And I think this is actually really interesting when discussing the match because it allows you to see the decision making that goes on for both players. And if this is your first time watching something like this, it might be a bit disorienting, and to be honest, what I do is mostly look at one side and focus on that, and then during the cast look at both sides just to compare.
Yeah, so we see player 0, or Thiago has already used Bug Fix, player 0 has already used Life Aura. Thiago looks like dust shooting a bunch of chips. And wow, okay, so he's already gotten a hub batch, but is he already going to take it here? Or is he going to... Okay, he is just using hub. I was going to say, maybe you could go for the erase man SP here, but that might be a little bit too greedy. I'm not really sure.
Yeah, I mean,
players... yeah, player 0 on the other hand, just dust shooting his anti-recov and stuff. And it looks like still no bug fix, surprisingly, but it looks like going for possibly a full cost. He actually has his own Erase Man SP here, which could threaten Thiago, and going for the anti-Navi in case Thiago goes for Erase Man, and also just going into Tengu here. And oh wow, that wood rack, that's very funny. That wood rack connected, I guess, because of the conveyor panels. And it has that like lingering hitbox. That was funny. Ooh, so the erase man does come out here.
I think there was another Navi, so erase man SP as a follow-up. And actually, that's going to give Thiago anger, I believe, afterwards. Yeah, it does.
Yeah, but the problem is that, of course, player 0 has his anti-Navi up. So let's see. Yeah, Thiago gonna take the barrier 200 first. Ooh, and yeah, doing... Oh, he's going for the erase ban SP. Oh, no.
But he's taking the barrier 200, so it looks like he might be considering, could be an anti-Navi and basically wants to play safe around that. Judgment's going to remove the invis, but there wasn't enough time. Thiago immediately mashed out his erase man to avoid getting hit by it, and that was the right play.
Ooh. Yeah, so just getting frozen by the element, man. Yeah, so Thiago losing out on a lot of value there. Let's see, already down quite a bit of HP, and is he going to throw those chips away? Or is he going to keep them? He still had a area grab and a couple chips after that.
I feel like if he has a... Oh, he doesn't have a judgment. Because I was thinking, if it was me, I'd probably go for the greedy play with Judgment, 2 area grabs and meteor knuckles, but he's playing a bit safer, just going for his own area grabs that he had last turn and a bit of defense.
Okay, so both players going for putting down their invis here. Yeah, let's see. Is Thiago okay? He is finally going for his own Tengu to deal with this barrier 200. He knows that anti-navi's gone, so he can then safely go for this other erase man.
Ooh, he does have these area grabs, so it looks like he's thinking maybe about going into meteor knuckles or going for a bit more defense, taking the barrier to the barrier 100 and playing a bit safer, I'd say. I mean, on the other side, it looks like I had the new Vari heading up to the stand, so it probably is the right play to play a bit safe, but all be down to is he able to connect that, or is he unable to react fast enough with his defense?
Oh, players here are actually now trapped by these conveyor panels. But, oh, the conveyors, yeah, they do time out on their own, and it looks like they're actually about to time out. But, ooh, Thiago, he has the Muramasa in hand. He has this erase man. Player 0, though, has this grab revenge. This will be very interesting. Oh, going for the element man first.
If that Muramasa connects, that would be a 1000 HP swing, and we've seen Muramasa being used very well this past tournament and basically making the difference between people winning or losing matches.
Yeah, I mean, we did see Thiago, I think, land it in his earlier match against MercuryWings, and it made a big difference.
Who tried to get the B back input but didn't quite get it, so decides to go immediately for the erase man into the Muramasa, which does connect. Now Thiago suddenly why a bit ahead on HP lead. Bug fix coming in just at the right time, and along with these recoveries as well. But Thiago has his own recoveries, and I don't think I had an anti-navi or any traps up to scare him off using them. I mean, anti-recovery.
Yeah, this is definitely a pretty close situation here, but oh, Thiago, it looks like, considering not going for the recovs and instead taking the grab revenge into Sanctuary. What is he cooking? And also leaving Tengu and go for Tomahawk.
I mean, maybe he's worried about him getting decrossed by a Muramasa, though I guess at 480 HP, a Muramasa landing would still mean he goes down to 1 HP.
Oh, and so now we do have this anti-recov. Yeah, Thiago needed to use the recovs on the last turn. Now suddenly this is a much tougher situation for him, but he's not even bothering going for them, going for this life aura play here. Though we do see playerzero does have the wind rack in hand, but not going for it here. Instead, going for a more defensive setup. Oh, and actually taking his own Muramasa. Oh.
I could, even just watching the match, I could feel myself wanting to press the A button to use my my hanger grab against the Bridgman. It's very funny.
Oh, Thiago doesn't avoid it, so he loses his life aura. Oh, this is suddenly a much worse situation here. Oh, Thiago, what are you doing?
I wonder what I'll end up going with, but I guess in this position, okay, Thiago still had defense. I was thinking about maybe if I should have taken Meteor Knuckles and mashed it. Just don't forget, anti-recovery actually gets through undershirt, and gets through invis and everything. It actually is the only thing that goes through invulnerability and beast over, so it's definitely very scary if it connects.
So this is still a close match. The question is, will Thiago, he has this one last defense. Oh, and he gets the block, and he has his own Meteor Knuckle.
Was in almost corner, but what it means is being able to block the area and basically take game one.
Yeah, finishing it off with the ground cross charge shot.
Ground cross basically sees no use, but it's actually very strong if you're able to land the charge shot. No, Thiago for turn 1 has a number of plays he can go for. So he can maybe go for the Sanctuary, grab a band, or buy 200. And it looks like he's going for an area grab, so we don't want to use his grab event very early on or it might get wasted, but still wants to take his Sanctuary. Well, it looks like I had my own Sanctuary in that position, though I feel like both players using Sanctuary isn't really a great play for either of them, because it means if you want to get rid of your opponent's Sanctuary, you're very likely going to just lose yours anyway. So I feel like it's generally better to wait until you can deal with your opponent's Sanctuary and then use yours to force them to deal with it.
Yeah, definitely. So, let's see. Thiago going for the wind rack here. Taking actually advantage of this warp step. And yeah, I'm not really sure why he took this recov so early.
Another interesting thing there was the area grab being used on first barrier, but it couldn't actually remove it. I thought there was an interaction where it did 10 damage anyway, even on holy panels. Is that not a thing?
No, I don't think so. I guess holy panels do affect that. Oh, isn't it like the weird thing that they still pop anti-damage?
Oh, yeah. I think that might be what I'm thinking of. Yeah, that's true. But now looks like Thiago managed to get his bug fix and still has access to a bunch of air grabs and an 11th man speed, man. I feel like this could be a fairly scary turn if he goes into Tengu, but he's playing a little safer. Is it maybe expecting the anti-Navi and just going with the area grab and buckets?
Oh, this is both players at dust, both players with Erase Man SPs. So this is actually a pretty scary situation here. Let's see what is gonna happen. But Thiago does have this barrier 200. Oh, but he's not even going for it. He is just going for the early hub again.
Ooh, and I was going to say, even if we both use Erase Man SP in that position, he's on a Sanctuary panel. So that would also mean that he takes half the damage, or just normal damage from an Erase Man, which would put him ahead on that exchange.
Oh, but he is actually giving up the Dust Cross here now, just going for a Sakwa Cross.
I feel like it's pretty interesting. I wonder if he just used that to avoid getting decrossed by an Erase Man.
Yeah, but he is gonna get frozen, and he's still gonna take a lot of damage from this Erase Man actually, because of course it is pseudo break.
The Buster proc at the end.
Yeah, so he did get his hub off at least. So let's see, is he gonna go for maybe Tengu to deal with this barrier 200, and then go for his own Erase Man?
It looks like I just got the bug fix in my hand, so probably want to take that into the next turn, but it's going to be very interesting because Thiago's going for Tengu, so with that position he can very easily deal with the barrier, I think 200 that I had up, and then getting quite a bit of damage.
Yeah, but I guess he probably also doesn't know what trap you have up.
Ooh, I don't even remember what. Was it an anti-Navi? I can't remember now.
Yeah, I'm not sure either.
So that's one of the disadvantages of playing with a lot of trap is you can confuse your opponent, which is true, but you can also confuse yourself if you forget which one. I'm sure during the game I would completely remember and never forget anything. Sure. And yeah, looks like it was an anti-Navi, and it gets blocked by the Bio 200, but at least it can be used to deal with these Sanctuary panels. Ooh, don't know. Thiago has that Erase Man SP. If he's able to get that to connect, that would be quite painful, and removes the trap as well.
Ooh, but Thiago going up the wrong way.
Ooh.
Oh, but he does land it.
Very nice, using the Tengu pull-in to pull me in, and then getting the damage and removing the trap.
Ooh, and yeah, should have just gone for some P shots there. Not enough time to get a charge shot after Erase Man usually.
Okay, I'm never sure if it's just me not getting the timing correctly, or is it actually almost impossible or very, very difficult to do? I don't know.
Yeah, I think the stun on Erase Man is too short if they mash out, because Erase Man only has like the short 90 frame stun, right?
Oh, yeah, that's true actually. And with mashing, you can lower that by quite a bit. Theoretically, up to half of the timing. But obviously, that's not really possible.
Yeah, that's only possible if you're a TAS.
Yeah.
You could still usually remove. You could probably get it down to like even 75 or 60 frames maybe, which would be enough to get out in time. You could get the Tengu charge obviously with the longer like 150 frame stuns.
Yeah, and I think even Judgment stun, which is 120 frame, I think you can barely just get it in time, and if you have a good time as well.
Yeah, so Thiago is still camping Tengu here. Ooh, he does have that life aura.
And I think I had just left Tengu, so that life aura would have been very annoying, but going to have to throw away an element minus P into it, which can be very unfortunate actually.
Ooh, so Thiago, once again, is he gonna try and pull off this back row fanfare? Oh, and now he knows that he can pretty safely go Tomahawk since Element Man SP's gone, and it is also very dangerous to stay in Tengu after.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen both Muramasa and Neryth, and either of them getting D-cross would be quite a lot of damage. It'd be devastating.
So yeah, so Thiago, let's see. Oh, he's going for the Muramasa here, but playerzero, the same thing. Yeah, both players here going into Tomahawk Cross. Although you were actually already in Tomahawk Cross. What is Thiago cooking?
I wonder if he's trying to put the back row fanfare. Yeah, I think you're probably saying it. Back row fanfare in the middle and basically trap them to one column and try to get it that way.
Movement. Oh, that is unfortunate. Oh, but he does get it. Oh, using that charge shot just a little bit too early. Oh, and he gets it though, the buffered movement. Both players though still at a very similar HP.
Yeah, I mean, that was very, very nice timing from Thiago, being able to get the Muramasa and then the Judgment as well before the turn ends. So it was very well played from him.
Ooh, and going for this this get-on here, since playerzero doesn't have air shoes unless he goes for a beast out, which actually, going for a beast out to break this back row fanfare could be a good play as well, and it looks like that's exactly what's happening.
I think I've already used Dust this game. I don't quite remember, but I don't think I have access to it. So yeah, pretty much my only option of dealing with fanfare is using Beast Out. And think about taking the recovery and an anti-recovery as well. But I don't think Thiago's taking his recoveries this time. Oh wait, he did take his recovery. But yeah, he used it immediately, and the anti-recovery is pretty much being thrown away at this point.
Yeah. Yeah, so what is Thiago gonna go for here? He's not gonna beast out himself, is he?
I mean, he still has access to that elements minus P in Eco, then on a grass panel, that's more damage than Muramasa, isn't it? It's quite a lot of damage. It's like 600 something.
Yeah, I think it's actually like 700.
Ooh, oh yeah, because with the 40 being times 2.
Wait. Thiago didn't take any chips that round, did he? Oh, I guess he just took... No, playerzero took his other recover, and yeah, just camping defense now. But this actually could be better for Thiago, because he can pressure with Buster Bug against the Falzer Buster. Oh, but he's, for some reason, going for his own beast out now. That's interesting. Because, I mean, yeah, I'm not sure why you would go Tomahawk Beast there when it's pretty easily dodgeable now. So actually, Thiago's the one stuck in Beast. Meanwhile, it's player 0 who can now just use Buster Bug or even Spout Cross charge shots. Yeah, I'm not really too sure why Thiago's gone for Beast out here, because he already has the air shoes from Hub Batch.
Maybe he was expecting the area to return and not last for very long. Yeah, not quite sure.
Yeah, so we see here, yeah, Thiago's down to just his last 4 chips. Meanwhile, player 0 still has these 7 chips and just still been sitting on this invis for the last few turns. Let's see, what turn are we on? How close are we getting to damage judge?
I think in this position, Thiago still has, his element minus P, even using Geddon if it's able to trap and get in extra charge shots.
Yeah, I mean, you do still have your Sanctuary, and I'm pretty sure Thiago knows that. Oh, already on turn 12, actually.
Ooh, very interesting. So now being trapped with these panels like this, Thiago should be able to land in at least 1 chip charge with that 1 chip he has left. Ooh.
Oh, a little too early and only got 1 of the hits, though.
Now the HP is less than 20 HP difference between both players. It's actually looking very close.
Yeah, this could just come down to the Meteor Knuckle RNG, which is kind of funny.
I think in this position, if he's able to get into ground and actually land in a bunch of charge shots, then he might be able to use that to get an extra damage, but let's see how it plays out. Ooh, Meteor Knuckle's being used at the middle to 4 hits against 2 hits in almost the same area.
Oh man, what is that Navi? Oh, that's a race man. That's big on the ground cross.
And it looks like Thiago has no crosses or defenses left, so that is going to be pretty much game.
And so yeah, it is now 1-1. And yeah, just a reminder that this match is actually a best of 5. So, oh, and a janky permahole field. So let's see what's going on here. The typical turn 1 bug fix draw. Meanwhile, Thiago surprisingly didn't get Life Aura, which he usually gets. But so yeah, just going for the full cust dust shoot here. Both players going for dust again, not wanting to deal with those pesky bugs.
To be fair, that was looking like a pretty rough hand for Thiago. He had basically 3 chips that he wanted to see later in the game, and basically has no use for them now, and he basically has to dust shoot them now. Yeah, so it looks like throwing away the race man as well to potentially use that late game with that Mora Mask.
Yeah, but once again, going for like a very early beast out here with the Recuv 300.
Yeah, I wonder why. I mean, maybe trying to chip charge it to break some of these panels, or I'm not quite sure.
Yeah, I mean, is he like that scared of the anti-Recuv? Okay, so there is bug fix and hub batch, but
and
yeah, he's got a lot of options here.
Yeah, I mean, looks basically everything he can go for this time looks very good. I mean, can use the hub badge, can use the race man speed, can use the knuckles, judge man, because don't forget, because of these holy panels, area grabs out way less useful and not really get as much value out of them. He's holding his fires until the very end of turn, maybe try to get it lost until the start of next turn.
Oh, and doesn't even get the Recuv 300 off there. It would have only healed 18 HP from the HP drain though, but...
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I think it's the right play to not use it in that position, because you don't want to show your opponent that you've used it and you don't have it as an option.
Yeah, that is true. I think he... I mean, we'll see if that comes back to haunt him, not having that that Recuv 300 at the end of the game. Could have just saved that and dust shooted it, but...
Ooh, doing this Art Beast is fairly interesting.
Oh, and there we do see the value of these panel grabs. Oh, missing the element mana luck. But the panel grabs on these permahull fields, but Thiago does manage to get the judgment. That Neovari Sonic Boom didn't hit twice because he stepped backwards, did it?
No, it didn't. It was on the one hit. I think he stood in place for a second and then stepped back.
Oh, okay. So yeah, is he gonna go for Tengu now to deal with this life aura? Yes, he is. Or is he?
Seems like a fairly safe play to do, because he has the Barrier 200, potentially has a fanfare if he wants to go for it. So you can just block like an erase man that can be used to set up. And I've already used the Neovari and pretty much full HP, so using Muramasa here wouldn't be very wise.
Yeah, so okay, he is just going for Tengu, yeah. But he's taking this, Barrier 200 when you're still in Tengu.
Oh, and using it straight away as well. I mean, could have maybe tried to hold on to it until next turn and try to bait that from Muramasa play, but yeah, I'm not sure.
Okay, so... what does Thiago go for here? Oh, he is just going for the get-on to deal with your Sanctuary. Definitely losing some value on that while you're still in Tengu, though. But especially with these grass panels on his side, I guess he's probably worried that you have anti-Navi, and so using the Element Man SP could be risky.
Yeah, and it's really difficult to land the Element Man SP grass on these perma-hole fields as well, because obviously it counts as a hole, so it stops the wood from actually connecting. Oh, and he went into Tomahawk as well. But that will mean he gets decrossed out, not on grass, but still a very painful decross for him to go through.
Yeah, so he is down a bunch of HP here, and he's already thrown away one of his Recuv 300s, so that's pretty bad. Oh, and yeah, see, he could go for the Erase Man into Muramasa here, but he can't use Erase Man because of all these broken panels, although it looks like playerzero now has anti-Navi in his hand as well. Oh, and he is going for his other Recuv here, at least.
Actually, interestingly enough, Thiago's almost out of crosses to go into and no access to Beast Out. He only has Ground Cross to go into, which he wants to avoid. And it does give him access to Shield, which is nice, but yeah. I feel like Shield is one of the Navitas programs that people sleep on. Like, I get why people don't want to use it. They just want to go into crosses and do that. But it's actually a very nice value. Even if you're area locked against Tingle or Slash, you can use it at least to block some of them or delay them from using it, lowering their effective DPS by quite a bit.
Yeah, the problem is that a lot of people just use uninstall now, so it can also just be uninstalled.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. I guess if you have hub badge, then you could run double shield, which is a very strong defensive play. But at that point, unless you're trying to play against BDT, it's not as effective.
Ooh, the erase bad SP does whiff though. And so this HP gap has closed a little bit, but yeah, playerzero still has both of his recovs too.
Ooh, looks like now Thiago's thinking about going with his Muramasa play, which if that connects, that can be again 1,000 damage each. But the first game it is favored, but
yeah, it's not gonna work.
yeah, it looks like I have an anti-nav in hand. I think the trap I have up is an anti-sword already. If his Muramasa misses, then I mean if his erase man misses, then he's not gonna be able to connect that anyway.
Oh, not even going for the anti-navi because you're in Tomahawk.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure if that is the right play. I feel like it was fine to avoid it, but I would have chosen to lose his trap and would have quite a bit of power for myself as well, so I don't know. I think partially because I knew I could always hide behind that Tomahawk and would be basically out of his range for nearby. I just wanted to hold on to it because why not? For more mass.
Okay, so let's see what Thiago is gonna go for here. He does have a decent number of options, but he's just still so far behind in terms of HP. And he doesn't really, because he still just mostly has his defensive chips. He just has his Life Aura and Sanctuary. That's not gonna really help him make a comeback here. Okay, yeah, he can go for the Meteor Knuckle already. Maybe it would be worth going around here then. Go for the Charge Shot follow-up.
Pretty sure I've already used my Erase Man and SP. So yeah, going into ground could have been quite a bit of damage actually, because it looks like it did hit on the corner. It would have trapped in that corner. What's the proximal is anti-damage, but now he gets a D-cross and now HP are about similar.
He does still have this Erase Man SP. That could be something.
And his Sanctuary as well, which I'm not sure if I have any answers to left. It looks like I'm going for that Muramasa just like that and trying to land. Oh no, never mind. Going for recoveries instead and playing a bit safer to build back my HP.
Okay, so yeah, we'll probably see the grab revenge from Thiago here. Oh no, actually just going for the more defensive play. Let's see, what turn are we already gonna be at here?
I'm not quite sure, but it looks like I am out of answers for his Sanctuary, so if he's able to get the area back and maintain Sanctuary advantage, that could be very nice one. I mean, he's only used one of his recovery, whereas he used two. So the HP lead, he doesn't need as much of an HP lead as it might look like. I think he can still be behind by 100 HP and win if we do go into damage rate. Using the window straight away, trying to push, and then using the grab range to get their back, and I think I had the air grab and panel grab to regame, but he had his own fight back within people's area. Now his last two chips are life, aura, and that erase man SP. Because I have a bunch of basically useless defenses because the race man just goes through them and they would at best block back a charge shot or two from him. Turn 13 now, he uses Life Aura and it looks like I just have more master, so either going to throw into it or not use it, but it looks like they can throw into it. Yeah, trying to chip charge into them with an invis and just having the wind rack as the final chip left, and his race man is his final chip. And unfortunately for him, ends up missing it as well. So I think the damage lead at this point is going to be very difficult for him to win with damage lead.
Yeah, he needed that erase man to land. Yeah, so I think actually going for Beast over here was also a misplay. He needed to try and stay as like baseman, although at this point it would have been too little, too late either way. And so yeah, it's now player 0 up 2-1, and Thiago needs to win this game to stay alive. And that's kind of funny. I mean, starting on these grass panels, that Element Man SP in hand is always tempting to go for.
Ooh. Yeah, and I mean, it looks like Thiago also has an Erase Man SP with an area grab. So if he wants to, if I end up stepping forward to avoid the grass times 2, then I'd be potentially susceptible to area grab into Erase Man. So I think he has a lot of pretty powerful options to go with this turn. Oh yeah, looks like he's going for Elements Man into Erase Man. Both sides starting with an area grab, and it looks like I only have an anti-damage to potentially block an Elements Man SP, but his Erase Man, especially now if he goes into a leg, which looks like he's playing it safe and going against it, but gets the movement trap and very nice timing to confirm basically that Erase Man. Ooh, and now he has all of his barriers in one hand along with his bug fix, which is very nice. So he's going into Beast Out and taking bug fix early again.
Yeah, I'm not sure why he keeps taking the Recuv 300 so early. Okay, it looks like he's reconsidering.
No, I mean, I guess last game ended up going to damage judge, so maybe he's thinking about that and thinking it might be better for him to get the damage in, but he's selling attack 1. He doesn't have hub patch yet. So that's not really going to give him that much value at this point. Yeah, I think it's basically what you said. I think he might be getting worried that anti-Navi is going to cause him to take 300 damage instead of a recovery. He decides to just limit movement or use it to get a bit more damage earlier on.
Okay, yeah, so we'll see. Okay, he's gonna dust shoot. Ooh, dust shooting the meteor knuckle. Ooh, does not draw one track. Does get hub batches. You gotta go for Tengu Beast here.
Yeah, I feel like if I was in his position, I'd probably wait because I think he probably knows that I haven't used my full cast by then, and that would be his last turn of Beast out. So I think just waiting for it to wait another turn is fine, yeah. And now it looks like I'm taking my recovery 300. I think it's closer to getting maximum value, 250 HP, compared to being at max HP. Ooh, the only thing he took this turn was his hub badge.
Yeah, so Thiago going for Spout here. I'm still not really taking anything to deal with player Zero's life aura.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, in this position, he doesn't really have much. He either goes into Tengu or takes a Muramasa, which would obviously be a big waste. And I'm guessing even last game where he went into Spout fairly early on, I think that was mostly to get out of Dust Cross, and he doesn't want to get decrossed. And both players have Sanctuary up at the same time.
Okay, and now he does actually draw his Wind Rack. He also... Well, this is interesting. He could go Element Man, but that would get rid of his own holy panels too. So the question is, does he want to keep those?
Oh, yeah. I mean, we're both at around the same HP. We do have that Life Aura and the Tengu up, so I feel like if I was in his position, I'd probably keep both of us at Life Aura at Holy Panels, because it doesn't really affect him that much, and he's not really looking to land all that much damage anyway next turn. So but yeah, I feel like it's always interesting trying to evaluate if are you willing to lose your Holy Panels to allow your opponent to lose theirs, or just keep both at the same time. Ooh, and actually, MercuryWings in YouTube chat brings a good point, saying, feel like you want your opponent to use the resources to get rid of the Sanctuary, assuming that things are equal. So maybe in this position, he would want me to be the one to get rid of his Sanctuary, but I'll also get rid of mine and then my Element Man. So yeah, I think that's a fair point. I guess the worry there is that when one of us, or let's say if I get rid of Sanctuary, then I'd also be landing in quite a bit of damage with it. And in this case, he might be looking to do that with his Erase Man. I think that might be an Erase Man, or Element Man, Judge Man, and Muramasa, which would do quite a bit of damage if he gets all of them.
Yeah, definitely, but he's in a pretty rough situation here now. Yeah, he's gonna want to get this Judge Man off, but he doesn't seem to be going for it here.
Ooh, interesting. So it looks like he's taking Barry 200. Maybe he's worried about Meteor Knuckles or maybe some other follow-up that he wants to make sure he denies.
Oh, and yeah, good use of Erase Man SP there. Player 0 holding onto this invis, gets the Judge Man, at least reclaims that panel. So still, this is a very tense situation here. Both players with lots of options. Ooh, Thiago thinking about going for Tomahawk Cross, actually, and just leading with this defense. Okay, and then taking an area grab at the end. Player 0, meanwhile, staying in Tengu. Looks like going for a panel grab. Ooh, and the Element Man SP. So Thiago going Tomahawk here. That's a little bit interesting. Could go for just the D-Cross then on the Tomahawk. Oh, and that's a big anti-damage for Thiago, because that would have been a lot of Meteor Knuckle hits. That was only on a 3-panel range. Oh, and Thiago, huh. Question is, what trap does player 0 have up? If that's the anti-sword, then he won't be able to land this Muramasa, which I guess is why he's staying in Tomahawk Cross, trying to scout out for anti-sword with the charge shot.
I think there might be an anti-sword, but I don't really remember. In this position, I'd probably want to get out of Tengu if it wasn't. So it's either an anti-sword or maybe an anti-navi to deal with an erasement if that's coming up. But yeah, again, not quite sure. Oh, I guess I had the Barry 200 to block one. So yeah.
Ooh, player 0 landing the Judge Man here. And yeah, has this barrier up. So Thiago, ooh, that was a Buster proc. But yeah, he's not going to be able to land this Muramasa.
Ooh.
Yeah, just goes for it. Whiffs, can't even destroy the barrier.
Yeah, that would have been decent value to get rid of Barry 200 on Holy Panels. It can be fairly annoying to deal with.
There is that erase.
And off the Holy Panel as well, so doing maximum damage. And actually, the HP difference used to be around 30 or 40, but now it's bringing up the difference between both players. Ooh, looks like both are starting to run out of chips. Thiago still has the recovery, and I still do, but he also has more chips like the Geddon, his Polyora, and Meteor Knuckle. Don't quite remember why I'm still holding on to that anti-recovery, but I guess I am. I feel like by that point, if I've seen one recovery, it probably used the second one right away, so I should have mashed it, but I guess not.
Yeah, this is a very close situation here. Both players down to their last few chips, turn 11. Okay, Thiago using the invis. Still can't deal with this. Oh, he finally deals with the barrier 200. Ooh, and he does have this area grab. Finally going for it here. Yeah, there's no need to go into... Thiago, do not go into Tengu now. Thank you.
I mean, he still has access to these holy panels by getting decrossed as Tengu. I mean... Ooh,
oh,
getting...
1, 2, 3. Only 3 hits on the 4 panels.
Ooh, and the element's mana speed is going to be on a holy panel as well, so it's only doing normal damage instead of double damage. And actually, the HP difference is still fairly slim, and both of us have used... I think I've used both recoveries, whereas he used only one. I think so. So he's probably ahead on damage judge.
Yeah, and he actually is getting a decent amount of value from this fanfare here. Ooh, dodging the erase man.
And the Muramasa as well.
Ooh, but you've also only used one
okay.
air on Recuv. Yeah, so this is actually... Okay, yeah, playerzero is definitely ahead. Yeah, Thiago needed to... Oh.
Yeah, that is the final turn, and I think that's game 2. So this is the best of 5, which means the first person to get to 3 wins instead of 2 is going to take it. So this could be the final game depending on how damage judge goes.
Oh.
Yeah, looks like it did.
What's pretty crazy also is that, yeah, if Thiago had just gotten more meteor knuckle hits on that 4-panel range, that could have actually changed the outcome.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I mean, that is true, yeah.
But yeah, so playerzero takes it, and yeah, that multiple games going to damage judge
Yeah.
and triple gauge is quite a slog, but yeah, that's just what happens with that kind of defensive matchup like that.
Yeah, I mean, overall, that was an hour-long match, which is definitely way above average. Not only was it a best of 5, but also most of these games went into like 10, 14, 15, which made it quite long. But that was the end of the final match for today. So before we head into the bracket to see where we are now, just want to give a quick reminder that tomorrow we will also be having another stream, and that stream will go through the 100 bracket into the conclusion of the Blood Moon. But with that, let's take a look at the bracket and see where we are now. Alright, so as you can see, this is showing the winner's side of the bracket, so where we have been now and all of the matches we've seen, and playerzero is going to be waiting in the grand finals for someone to come back from the 100 bracket, which let's take a look at that. As you can see here, this is how the bracket's ending. So starting tomorrow's stream, we're going to be looking at MercuryWings vs Salad and burnbird vs enemy caveman, and then whoever wins will keep going. And Thiago's waiting at the end with the win harder brackets losers finals. And at that stage, every loss will mean someone's getting eliminated. So you'll be basically fighting for their lives. And that's why it's called the win harder bracket, because we always have these very intense matches where people are basically just fighting for their lives and trying to stay in the bracket. But that was the end of today's stream, so thank you everyone for watching, and with that, let's head into the credits. Again, thank you everyone for watching. Thank you to all of the players who've played and submitted their matches throughout the top cut. Huge shout out as usual to Salad for organizing the tournament, working on the stream layout, and this time picking out the VODs as well for the stream and organizing that in terms of the back end. But I also want to give a huge shout out to Symes for joining me on commentary for today. It's a very long stream and had some very long stretches of matches. So thank you again for joining today.
Those were some great matches. So it was a good, fun stream. Yeah, I'm hoping to actually join the next Blood Moon. But for this one, congratulations once again to everyone who made Top Cut. Yeah, thank you to Salad for preparing the stream graphics and everything. Thank you to playerzero for actually running the stream. It was some great matches and some great high-level battle network. First time chat, FBOG. Yes, unfortunately, you did just miss it, but the VOD will be posted on YouTube eventually, and we will also be doing another stream tomorrow for the second half of Top Cut.
Indeed. So yeah, you definitely don't want to miss that. And the stream tomorrow, I'm not sure what time zone you'd be in, but it starts at 1 p.m. EST. So that would be the time zone or the time to look for. So about 4-ish hours before now. I also want to give a quick shout out to all of the very generous Ko-Fi subscriptions that we've been having. So these subscriptions are what allows us to continue running and keeping things running for the commentators and just the back end as well. On top of that, we're also doing cash prizes, and that's all thanks to the generous support. So thank you to Zay, Bitmuffin, Not That Person, Racine, Chat, Char, and My Sax, Aerodon, Yamland Hero, Ricky Sparks, and Starlight. But also huge shout out to Soup, who started a new Ko-Fi subscription of $12, and so thank you again for the generosity. But with that, that's going to be the end of today's stream. So thank you again, everyone, for watching, and we'll be seeing you tomorrow for the grand finale of this Blood Moon. So take care and good night.